Right. Hello, welcome. And we are back for more. Hopefully you also are here for more and not for less, because less is something that we have very little to offer. Now, the initial idea was to play a few rounds and see where that takes us. Since yesterday we had a rather good learning experience. We lost more than we won, which also means that we gave others what they hoped to get. If they happened to be looking for points, victories and success stories, those were the things we offered left and right. And we also had a few technical difficulties. Let's see whether they are with us this day. At least at the moment we are encountering 0 microphone problems, but please do let me know if something sounds a bit fun in a wrong way. Since we have now improved our setup by adding an additional external power source for the audio interface that we have been utilizing, which might help. Let's see. And I'll go through the lessons we have learned during the past days as we proceed. But MegaRandom it is. And we are Incas against Lithuanians. Last time we played MegaRandom was yesterday. Right. And we were against Lithuanians back then too. That time we got to play Burmese, and we went for this really nice elephant play, but a bit lacking one because we didn't utilize the battle elephants, the elite battle elephants that we teched into for the fear of dying to a handful of halberdiers. And later on, thanks to Zura, at least Zura's commentary, we realized the similar lesson that we have learned in the past as well, that it might make sense to stick to this power unit, be it a paladin or battle elephant, instead of moving to a considerably weaker one, even if we could mass them a few more. Now let's see how the map is like. Right? Yes. Boom. So some more water is present. MegaRandom is it's really a map to my liking, since you can't prepare too many things for that. And preparation isn't bad. It's usually quite good because it gives you some level of quality to the gameplay, if people know the basic principles behind the game, for example. But I enjoy the fact that there are so many different variations for MegaRandom that you can't really expect to succeed with just one build-in or one well honed strategy, since just getting this water element, for example, on the map means it's going to play out very differently. And perhaps this strongest feat that we have is unpredictability. I don't know if that's actually true. It might be that any competent player could tell right away what we are trying to do based on watching us or just scouting our base for a minute. But still, to me this is a surprise. Nevertheless, perhaps due to the fact that I don't know what I'm doing too often. What now? Oh yeah, the deer. It's probably too early to go for the next war. But we can do that soon. And we are slowly reaching the 50th game. We are now at around 46 or so. What's going on with the deer? Oh no. And it's exciting to see the difference between, you know, like the first few plays, for example, when comparing to these 100th game, for example. At least we hope that that would be the case, but don't know for sure. That's our initial goal in any case. Okay, one more villager and then we aim to go up if possible. Okay, let's kill that as fast as possible. Alright. Well, so there's not enough work for everyone. Could have been expected. Mill it is. Okay, let's not build it there. Alright. And then off we go to look for any people that we can raid. Hopefully. We could have also created some water presence. I wonder if that's worth it. Probably. Especially since we have some extra water. Extra wood. Well, yes. That's how we roll. Our opponent's probably there. Now what we could try to do is go to the... Alright, and we are Incas. Have to try to remember that. We could move this a bit to the side. There's the tower. Let's see if they have a dock of sorts. Oh, I never told you to utilize those. We are also missing an axe, and perhaps it's about time to get loom, just in case we see anything. Lithuanians, from them we can expect to get scouts, as you can see here. so we shouldn't be too surprised to see exactly that happening. Let's see how their back is. Back of their base. A few scout, few spearmen, just in case. I never told you to move. Okay. Perhaps I didn't. Sounds very typical. Too bad they witnessed this right away, but luckily it was a spearman and not anything of more potential to kill us right away, since we have a few units of different capabilities here. Second wood line, why not? A few more farms, and perhaps as soon as we get just enough one of those eagles. Alright, let's try to utilize our army even if we are a bit lacking on some resources. There it is. Oops. No. Well, this encounter went better when I wasn't watching and trying to do things, but I would say that this is a really nice start. Right, and then a few extra farms. Why not? But it's quite likely that our opponent is reaching Castle Age quite soon. Let's see if that's the case. So there's their archer range. And we are idling some parts of our eco for good reasons. That's how you play the game, so no mistakes happened there. And perhaps we could have tried to keep a better care of our offensive forces. But let's see whether we are able to prevent this tower from happening. I don't think we have killed anyone yet. Oh, okay. Well, one down. And more to come. That's a very desperate tower. Even if I have to say it myself. A few extra spearmen, few scouts. Alright. Few idle people here. Wondering whether we could find them something to do. Right, and now we forgot about the archery range, but luckily we have some units of our own still around, and we could try to create a few skirmishes. Ooh, double archery range. Okay, let's then rotate and more units that could be working. Alright, I also forgot that we have this tower issue. But there might be a case for us to prevent that from happening. Few archers that we got to harass. Well, our opponent's situation should be quite disturbing, I would like to think. Even if we aren't doing too well ourselves, like all the time. We even got a cow, we can give it back to those who need it the most. No, 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 no. That has been quite costly tower, but eventually it's going to happen. I don't think we can stop that from, or prevent our opponent from ever finishing it. Let's see. Well, now how is our eco here? It's time to build a market. Perhaps move a few of our units here and there. Run! More archers, please. Dun, dun, dun. That wasn't what we wanted to do, but that's what we did. Okay, so up we go. Oh, we had quite a few units in the queue. Well, who knew? Then they have stone walls. Alright, we may want to move this and prepare for more eagles. Even if they might be going for, now that I think of it, they probably want to go for these cavalry units, since they are Lithuanians. So let's see, we still have quite much wood left, so farms, why not? And we will soon have a second town center too. Dun, 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 dun. So let's try to utilize the time that we have and create a few extra units while waiting. 2 stables, right? Can we reach them? That's good. Alright. And then few extra spearmen in the defenses to support our defenses. How long is that going to take? A while, it seems. Few spearmen, few eagle scouts. And then 2,000 is right away. One here. And then some upgrades. And the other one could be built. Let's make it here. Even if we don't have a secure code right away. Besides the one that we have in the middle of our base, of course. See. Okay. And then we have a sort of army resting here. Perhaps we can try to save those resources and instead try to make something happen. With that. Okay, so more wood is needed. Oh, don't go there. Boom, boom. Right. How are things here? We are lacking a few upgrades still. Crossbowmen, for example. Zura, hello Surunkari. Why is key? Eagles are horrible against militia line. You should know. Is that what that's shown of? And that's something that I've thought about since I think I've seen quite a few people at pro level creating. Ooh, but we have slingers. And now this time you didn't need to tell me that. So that's some improvement. But hey, nice to see you around. I was referring to you just a while back. I don't know if you were here mentioning the good tidbits regarding the battle elephants, for example. Ooh, well, we are perhaps losing a few units here for no obvious reasons. And they are trying to use knights, okay. This is of course a very good choice. We should be able to kill a few of them. So a change of plans. Pikeman line it is to weaken those numbers of. Yeah, let's do this. Numbers of knights and then slingers as well. Semi-offensive castle. Try to use these people here as well, just to get some extra presence and more archer ranges, and also siege workshop would be nice. And then let's see if we are in time to get help to make all that happen. Few slingers, yes. But thanks for the timely advice, perhaps even a reminder, one might say. So what I think is going to happen is that they are sending knights to our eco soon-ish, although we are not seeing that yet, so perhaps they are still building up their forces. And then they are also wasting a bit of their units here and there, which is something that I also know how to do. And now Zura, don't think they are amassing knights. Score of theirs seems pretty low. Yeah, that's also a possibility. Oh, but you are right. Can we then expect that if they are not dead, I at least would be surprised if they were. Perhaps we could try to get some vision around the map now if we are alive. No minimum range, okay, we can do that. Perhaps they could be trying to aim for fast imp, for example, or they are just very in a very bad position. It's also a possibility. Let's create a mangonel or two. Let's see if we have what it takes to keep that army alive. Alright, they have quite a few knights in any case. And let's see, we could do that just in case. Some bonus attacks, why not? We have gold, if that ever... Oh no, 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 no. Well, there are some downsides to this castle positioning as well. Alright. But at least we saw a few knights running past us. So they are trying to do something. Now this is more pure play, pure archery play than I usually tend to do, as mentioned earlier. Zura, you can buy food and click up. Good point. Sooner you have traps, the better. Deny him a latest production. Also your castle positioning is pretty good. Well done. Thanks. And this time we are actually going to follow your advice, since we were only a bit like it was just small touches. With market is always nice, and then okay, let's take these under control. And last time we faced this good opponent, we didn't follow your advice too well, and we ended up losing. So let's see, do we have any civilians to spare? We would even move a few units there to harass the repairs. Na 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 na. I think that they should be in a bad position, so glad to be right. So this goes to show what a good night's sleep can do to your performance, and few tidbits and pieces of help from a friend too. Thanks for dropping by at this hour of great success. Have you had a chance to play? I did check that you weren't streaming when I started, but what's up with your evening, Zura? Any near-term future plans or near-term past plans? No, haven't played today at all. I feel you. Now being playing for 30 minutes. How long has this lasted? But at least you got a chance to warm up your skills already. I'll try to be quick with this, since we are eager for more. And Zura, had work meeting, been a while since I met up with co-workers. We are all working from home, so... Oh, so you had... what is in hands? All hands on in and on deck. Not remote meeting, not a hybrid meeting, but a real meeting. Old school meeting. That's good for you. Like, of course you can, even these days you can have too many of those, but if you haven't had one for a while, then I think it's time well spent, especially if you have nice co-workers. That's largest army 50. This has happened never. And Zura, yes indeed, we went to a nice place with good food. And all the better. So even having a meeting that's not just strictly for business, but catch up and even if I don't know if you were making any decisions or something of that sort, but even that's better if you have food in front of you, as per my experience. That we even give some leeway if the co-workers aren't that nice, but I doubt that that's going to be an issue of yours. As a commentary regarding this game, I was or better to say I'm happy to notice that we were right to think that we had a firm start with this game, or that we were in control, because it felt like that, and it would have been terrible if OnaSis would have had some extra town centers here and there, and then suddenly 3 castles around our main base or something would have appeared. So sometimes things work out like that, it seems. And perhaps we will improve as we go to get even better sense out of the game. But here I'm trying to verify if there was something, like I mentioned, I don't know how long you've been with us, and there are also others. Thanks for sticking around. That maps like MegaRandom, or especially MegaRandom, is my favorite, even despite the fact that sometimes it can give us nomad starts, like happened like we had yesterday. But it's so nice to get maps that you really don't know too much about, and we didn't learn too much about the map due to my neglected scouting. I could have spent a few spearmen here and there to get some basic understanding of the map earlier. I think they did better job at that. But we were really lucky and happy to have good encounters or good engagements here in the beginning, because usually what happens when I send handful of units forward is that they die, like my opponent now loses. But this also felt like an overreaction, having 2 stables, 2 barracks, 2 archery ranges, like make everything double as a knee-jerk reaction. And finally I forgot to prevent this tower from getting built, but before that happened they had already lost some 5 or 10 villagers. I didn't hear that because I was watching elsewhere at the time, or I don't remember hearing town bell. But it felt like our opponent was ill prepared for this kind of aggression. Well, so we have a scene problem? Thank you. Okay, well now you are able to watch this very nice first stream of the day, so thanks Zura for letting me know that I may have omitted this scene change, as a professional director might sometimes forget to do. But now you are watching the same screen, and now you have a chance to verify that yes, everything's going perfectly according to a plan. And it felt like OnaSis didn't adjust their plan too much, or that their plan was to get to fast castle, perhaps fast imp. We have a chance to check the resources as the game progresses, but they still haven't been able to stop this rush. And now I just mentioned that we did take good care of our army, but while you weren't watching, we lost 10 or so soldiers here, and now like this is more typical to us. But just this insisting of getting this tower up while it was protecting very little, for example, to me felt odd. So perhaps that was something that our opponent wasn't or didn't have time to really prepare for good. Like, I don't think they needed to create a tower or anything, or if they did, perhaps it could have been here to protect the gold. Okay, Zura, I joined stream when you were denying your opponent the tower. It was good move. Well, I'm glad that you joined at the hour of the our finest hour. Yes, you joined at our finest hour. Even if it lost initiative, or at least gave our opponent chance to get these walls up and play their own game for a while too. That usually leads to my demise, but this time we had solid lead before that, it seems. So okay, here's the castle, right when they reached castle age. Well, now a trick I learned from a certain Zura yesterday was to think about at times who is winning and why. And after we got the we were able to prepare this forward and were able to harass our opponent's economy for some 5 units worth and killed extra soldiers with these reinforcements as well. I felt that we were in a winning position, that it was our game to lose, so to say. And I don't think it changed during the game, even if I was a bit worried. And you can see me wasting the eagles a bit later. You can re-witness that, and the very well-timed advice, friendly reminder that this militia line is going to hack through my puny eagles if I don't have thousands of them, for example. But thanks for the commentary and thanks for the compliment regarding the anti-tower movement and also the castle placement here. I'm happy that we had the courage to make it forward one instead of securing our base. Zura, around 32 minutes, so a couple of minutes ago, your opponent lost whatever chance he had when he sacrificed those knights. It was completely over from there. Yeah, that's the feeling I got as well, that that losing your first knights to archers and whatever we might have had back then, it was a very devastating thing to happen. Because right now I don't have any tools to actually attack them, so these knights, if one creates them, and that's a very good thing to do, could go and raid my village and just go take a look and see how things are. We have a chance to, because they have very old information, the little that they have, and it might be very good information to refresh, thus that you might know whether we are playing just one TC all-in type of push, for example. And based on the resources and the score and all, people can make educated guesses, of course, but that's something that I've learned to think when playing arena, even if I'm wrong, thinking that our opponents just single TC all in playing their game, or on Socotra, but still, like, this is of course very scary looking and we are about to end the game, but this is just a waste of knights. They of course couldn't know that because they were hidden. This main force of my army was hidden behind or in this loss or outside of their line of sight. So they might have expected to have that I only had a few archers and this single mangonel, but still it was of course well realized, well played from them to realize that they might be able to postpone the inevitable, but they have very little going for them. And this is something that I'm often wondering. Now, 2 castles, 1300 resources, and while they may able to secure you or give you some extra time, it's still these are very passive buildings, as buildings usually go, and I just wonder what else they could have done. Perhaps some units, for example, or try to build 4 TC, a quick boom or something to try to either boom back to the game or start just harassing, create enough resources to attack me at my base, expecting that I probably don't have too many buildings, like production buildings there, and at least not too much army. Zura, they had 2 stables on the other side, so I don't see value in taking down those mangonels at cost of knights. And perhaps if he tried to raid, he could have gotten somewhere, but well, this is a perfect example of what being always on defensive will get you. Yeah, good commentary yet again. I agree. Like this was more like just me trying to get a reaction, not wasting my mangonels on castles, for example, and showing that we are pushing even if we actually are doing very little. And they still spend time repairing those buildings, while they also had this tower waiting. Like they perhaps could have built a really short wall here if they wanted. But I don't know, perhaps they were just scared of losing their relics and all that. Like that's how the thinking process sometimes go. But this was probably the most ill-suited angle of attack. I knew that they had code here. Of course, now they have this castle as well, but I could have tried to rotate my forces there. So this was more like this fake push, just wasting time building up my army, see if we get any reaction, and we managed to get 10 or so knights, almost for free. So. Right, the upgrade checking. Yes, I reminded me of that when I went to sleep. But did I remember? Not too often. Because Zura says no bloodlines, armor, or attack upgrades. Those knights never stood a chance, even if they were massed. Correct. Oh yeah, so, yeah. Their blacksmith was acting as a wall here, and they could have done some upgrades. They have done fletching and bodkin arrow, probably mostly for the castles though, and to keep their tower extra range, but they also had some archers, so why not? So its existence was not unknown for them, but perhaps they were now saving for imperial aids then. Still some way away from that. But yeah, isn't this great? And Binibong Baron, another friend of ours. I'm glad that you have a chance to meet if you haven't met before with Zura and others. But Bini, hey man, really busy but will be lurking. I'm glad that you are busy but lurking. Good to have you around. And hopefully it's a good busyness and not busyness as usual. And I'll jump in and out. I'm glad if you do. And stream going well so far. Bini Bong Baron continues. Yes, indeed. And this is something that we are experimenting now with, since we have had this technical trouble with microphone sound cracking every now and then, or just breaking down occasionally. I now managed to plug in the audio interface to a different power outlet, if that makes sense, and we'll see if that fixes the issue, because at least there were some internet discussions regarding that might help. So if we have a problem-free stream, then perhaps we have even managed to have a good stream improvement on that front too. And the stream AOE wise is going well as well, because one game, one win, valuable lessons learned, and old and new friends met again. Okay, well, less new friends, but still. And Binny, great, that's good to hear. It took me a while to figure out some of the annoying aspects. Anyway, gotta be right back. Thanks, take care. See you around. Run. We will also try to run. Now that everything's fine. Just try to verify that as we went on. Let's see. Then we have this scene. Yes. Just like that. We have still warmish coffee. Not too bad, not too bad. And what else? Trying to see if I'm missing something. Zura, would you like to have a practice match I mentioned yesterday? Yeah, I'm up to that. How would you like that to happen? Like in 5 minutes, in 2 days, 15 minutes, 3 hours? How's your schedule? Well, it would be a really nice way to enforce our new friendship that's still easily killed as the new plans of the spring should winter return more swiftly than they anticipate. Zura, up to you. I play right now. Right now? And settings can be as you like. Settings, alright. All the better if you have something specific you want to try and focus on. Yeah, that would make sense. Alright, so I have never managed to win a game on Arena, on ranked ladder. So I don't have any specific strategies perhaps for that. But this might take a while then, if that's alright. Oh, my expertise. Zura says, and I take that as if that was true. Adding my poor 1.3k expertise. Yes, well, if you are not, if your statistics don't show Arena as 0 to 10 or so win-loss ratio, then it's probably quite good expertise that you have to offer. But I've been trying to play it in a sneaky fashion, as I mentioned earlier, trying to create few archers, like few variations that I've done, and I'm not sure whether I want to play it in a very meta-ish way, trying to fast castle and fight for the relics, but it might be that I'm also losing because I played so wrong with my skills that I can't just pull it off. But any low stress arena game would in that sense be nice, because I might get a chance to try to boom if we ever get to a late game. How does that sound? Or do you have, like, since you are offering to help in this learning experience, do you have something that you could practice simultaneously meanwhile, like playing with only one hand or something? or only checking the screen every 5 seconds. Zura, I'm down for some proper boom, huge army class arena game. We can see if we can manage that. Alright, how does this work then? What should I do? Or will you host the game and send me an invitation somehow? See, I'm learning. This is the most learning experience, most difficult learning experience that we have yet faced. And will we be on voice, or how does that work? This is the most exciting day of my life, thanks to all these new random factors. I don't know if you are even able to, like, how does anything work? Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Here's game ID. Okay. And what should I do with that? Find custom game, or should I put that to a browser perhaps? Well, we learn as we go. All right, yeah, that's protocol. Okay, so just a moment. Now my problem is that I'm checking the chat with a different computer that I'm actually playing, making the copy paste that much harder. Open Age of Empires, you are all helper. That we did. And then let's see what happens now. What? Okay. Arena practice with Surunkari. Thank you, Zura. I hope that you are streaming as you go, so people can choose to check your point of view. This is a missed opportunity if you don't. Once in a lifetime experience. Ooh, yes. Yes. Okay, now I'm just going to have to pull up my Discord. Now this is like in any fun activity, the time it takes to set up get all the people necessary, all the players around to arrange the teams and agree on the ruling. All that takes time. So how could I now tell who I am on Discord then? Because I have username somewhere. And just a second, I'm underusing my Discord, but just a while I'll try to add a friend. Yes. And you should have gotten a friend request approximately seconds ago. Tan tan tan. A wave. This is a wave. All right. And voice call it is. Does this work?
Hello, Sankari.
Hello, Zura.
Oh, sankari or surunkari? Because you have different name in Age of
Yes, you
Empires.
can use either one. Now the fun fact is that Surunkari sounds a bit like Sankari, and I have been playing as Sankari for years. And since Surunkari also means something, it takes a while for me to translate that. It's a very good alternative uh, nickname to have. So I'm sticking with that. But I was uh, too slow or not polite towards people I face to change my nickname on Age of Empires to Surungari as well.
Hmm. Okay, so uh, would you like to pick any specific civ?
Mm, it in a sense it would have like on the other hand it would make sense, but I don't think it has to make. So I don't think I have to make sense. So I'll just go random and hope that I get a civilization to begin with. Perhaps.
Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
Is it because of my microphone or because I'm talking
No, no,
nonsense?
I think that was on my end, my internet.
Let's just a second. I'll verify that. Well,
Definitely not your fault. Trust me.
well, yeah, that's what a proper friend would say. Yes, yes, yes. The problem is totally on my end. Of course it is. Yes. All right. So what I was wondering was that on the other hand, it would make sense to take a sieve that I wouldn't struggle with, like even if I don't have a go-to sieve as of yet.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't think it makes too much difference since I don't know like any civilization to like that well that it would make a
Yeah,
huge difference. All of them can create
understandable.
archers on feudal age, so that's all I need. That's my arena, and then
Um,
you will be
so
surprised later on.
a few things about Arena. If you don't know this, you
Yep.
might know some of this. So I'll just give you a little bit of info dump. Um,
Thanks.
there's few main strategies, so to speak.
Mm?
Um, one and most common is just going fast castle, booming, or some other strat perhaps.
Yeah.
But the point is, you always try. Most of the time, you should always try to get to castle age as soon as possible,
Mm?
because most likely your opponent is doing that as well. Maybe create
Yes.
some scouts for relic control and things like that. But that is the
Yes.
most basic setup. Uh, some other setups are when the opponent decides to tower rush you. In feudal, they're already sending before they're about to get to feudal. They send villagers, they put down towers, try to get in your base,
Mm?
interrupt your booming or whatever. And the third one is castle drops. Like you'll see a lot of Spanish players. If you see
Yeah.
someone playing Spanish on Arena, they're most likely going to castle drop you.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, those are very common things. Uh, and yeah, it is best course to get to castle as soon as you can yourself and not make too much army in the feudal.
Yes. But that's a very polite thing to say as well. That okay, even though archers on feudal on arena is not necessarily a very good move on most cases, you still leave room for that. That okay, well, just
Mm.
don't overdo that. A few archers, all right, they can shoot the walls or something,
Yeah.
but don't create
Uh,
20.
yes. Like in a way, I could see that maybe like killing enemies pikemen or spearmen
Mm?
because it's common for players to make spearmen and send them to relics so that the enemy can send scouts,
Yeah,
and that
to
way you
prevent the
gain some
monks
relic
and
control.
yeah. Hmm?
So if you
Yes.
can't beat spearmen with scouts, you beat them with archers. But you do
Yes.
have to keep in mind that is
Hmm?
investment of a barracks and an archery range.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
if you see your opponent going just spearmen, that means they don't have a stables or archer range. They're just trying to deny you any opportunities to get the relic, so that they buy time to get the relics themselves.
Yeah.
And you could use that to your advantage maybe, but sooner or later they will make either stables or archer range.
Yeah, and
so, yeah.
like this is the stubbornness on my end, and the perhaps over relaxed approach, in a sense that I thought that we can pull something like that off, since we are starting from the bottom, but we weren't starting from the bottom of the ladder 1k or so. So I was hoping that we would be able to pull off these wasteful strategies, so to say, and spend a couple of hundred of extra wood, gold, and extra time with these archers, for example, and then get surprisingly good results out of that. But actually it's going to be very difficult, or it has been difficult, and we haven't tried this archer type of play all the time. Of course, that's something that I'm fancying, being a Beanie Bong Baron fanboy, to have some memeish things thrown in with the meta type of play, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But eventually we are going to have to tune down this approach to get some results, to get the first win on arena and all that. But comment from the chat from aforementioned Beanie Bong Baron. What's your elo, Zura? This is very important thing.
Let's see. Well, 1.3k, but to be exact.
But you can lie here. Like nobody's going to check that. 300.
357.
357. Do we add 1,000 before that, or do we leave that out?
Oh, did it cut out? Yes, I said 1,000.
Okay.
300.
Yeah, well, if that explains my reaction, then I maybe there's a possibility that I spoke when you said 1,000. So a very respectable 1,357 or so, and counting, of course. Just a matter of time.
I will say though, I strangely lose so easily sometimes against same elo opponents, like so easily.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't even belong here. But then I play against some opponents who I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy got up here. How did this happen? It's such a coin flip almost. And I think it comes down to when I looked over, I had those questions plaguing me, right? But then I looked over at certain details, such as how many games has this guy actually played? If it was something like 400, those guys would roll me over. They would usually beat me most of the time, even though we were same elo. But if it was someone with 100 games played or something, they're just like me. They made it this far just recently, and they have few strategies, but they're good at some things, but they're not good at most of the things that you should be good at this elo. And those are those are things that come with experience. The reason I'm up here is because maybe I'm good mechanically, which I would say I am on average. Like I'm pretty good with archers. Some of my higher friends have
that's the dream.
They have complimented my skills, I guess. So been happy about that, but like my basics in this game, my core needs more work. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to get more routine and like to be able to pull do variations to your strategies as you go, alter things here and there, and not just to stick with the archery play, for example. Once you see that it has made it has worked and the opponent has created 15,000 skirmishers, even if archers are you go to unity, unless you are leery probably, then there's that's a good time to change to something else. And of course that's not the level you are playing, but like using a simple example, that having this winning strategy, but also opponent that is able to counter that then what do you have after that? Do you have other moves, or is this like chess openings, that if someone moves a piece in a fashion that you can't fulfill your opening anymore, then you are lost? Darn, I never got to finish my opening.
It depends heavily on civilization that I'm playing. I've
Okay.
noticed that you just play random and you focus on the basic skills, and I think that's different from what I did, obviously. But I think that's good in its own way, because you're improving at everything in general and not getting strength from this civilization or that, and then you're useless at other civilization. So while if my archer open with Ethiopians fails, after that I'm really bad. It's like 80% chance I will lose. But if it succeeds really well. So I try to play things to a perfection. Like I go in against a bot, right? And I only practice almost to a point where I'm, about to attack the opponent with my first 2 archers or 4, and then I quit. If I did it perfectly, then I attack very early, and if I messed up, it's going to take me an extra minute or something. So I practice and get that extra minute down to like maybe 30 seconds, so that in an actual game I don't mess that up, and I get used to routine. But human players will do some unexpected things, like they'll send over their scout and try to mess with my deers, which is an important step to me, and then I don't know what to do, so I'm lost.
Then you lose 15 seconds or a minute, and that's like everything goes down, crashing and problems.
It's because I haven't refined my core skills of this game, which is what you're doing, which I think in long run you'll have better improvement. I had improvement in short run. Like I've peaked now. I got here quite fast, but I can't go any higher. I keep struggling.
Okay, so this is also like this is a very exciting clash in that sense as well, and seeing different ways to approach this learning experience. Because I think that in ideal case people could and should have like do both of those things. I was actually considering, after killing 5 or 10 or dozens of elephants and rhinos and boars under my TC with the TC fire, and losing villagers like I did in the first 5 or 10 games. I lost probably 10 or 20 villagers to those only. I was for a while pondering that perhaps I should make a custom map where I only have plenty of boars around the TC, and then I practice how to get these boars in without losing too much HP, without losing the boar to a TC fire, without losing villagers, and without losing time, and trying to focus on doing multiple things. So that sort of practicing is I got something that you in a more relaxed manner did with Ethiopians, for example, honing this opening. And I think that that's very good approach to add as well, even if I never did that with the boars yet.
What my higher friend recommended, actually, he said you shouldn't practice with Ethiopians because you have certain civ bonus, like 100 food and 100 gold once you click up, right? Once you've gone feudal. Or some other civilization that might have any sort of bonus towards the strategy that I'm doing. Because if I can accomplish this strategy without those bonuses, that helps me in my fundamental core skills. And once I do play Ethiopians, it'll be much more powerful because my fundamental skills have been refined and gotten better. So my Ethiopian archer open will be even better. So after he told me that, I started practicing it that way. And I ended up improving much more than I otherwise would have, I think.
All right, and that's why your Ethiopians archers combination is so deadly these days.
Yes,
if it succeeds.
I've really practiced that a lot for the past month. I've been really practicing it. And it might be foolish because, like, you don't play this game and just stick to one strategy, right? But still, while I'm only perfecting one strategy, I'm also improving at other things. And even if I play some other civs, those skills will help me out. So it's not a total loss.
Yeah. Yeah.
But at the very least, I wanted to have one reliable skill I could surprise an opponent with.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I started playing with Franks. Like I can boom really well. I'm good at booming, right? If I'm not threatened and if
We
I
will
can
see
wall
about that.
properly.
Yes.
So yeah, Arena was great help for that. I would boom quite well. So let's see how this game turns out. So maybe I can surprise you.
Yeah. Well, let's see. But good chat already. Even like I've learned things without playing, and that's of course what we should be able to do. Like just thinking about things usually helps, and not necessarily just doing stuff.
Yeah, very competitive online video game I've played. Like I used to play League of Legends for a while.
Yeah, I do know that.
I did
haven't
not
played that.
play it a lot. I didn't like sit down and play it a lot. I just, it was fun to watch other people like professionals and streamers.
Yeah.
And I would watch a lot and I would learn a lot. And I didn't have to spend a lot of time getting to my peak score, peak elo. And I was pretty satisfied with that. Yeah, since then I only played for fun with friends and everything. The game has a horrible reputation, right, for toxicity and stuff. But fortunately, I didn't have to deal with any of that because, like, per season, I would play like 100 games, get where I wanted to, and I was like, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm done now. I watched enough, I learned enough, and then I refined my mechanics. That's what I applied. Like when I saw myself struggle in this game, I was horrible. Like,
yeah,
I could not improve. I didn't understand what I was doing wrong. So I'm like, okay, so this Hera guy, he seems pretty good, and I check out his how to boom very easily or whatever, right? Video, and the 3TC boom in like 14 minutes castle or whatever. I don't remember timings, but yeah, I just learned that video. I practiced it for a day. Then the next day I start playing Arena and suddenly I went up to 1.3k.
Yeah.
It's kind of all it took. Of course, there were big hurdles along the way, but 90%, that's all I needed. Good build order.
Yeah.
And just from watching one video, I learned a lot.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of the scene at the moment, that there are so many people producing content and helpful guides too, that it's just not professionals playing and you may be able to snatch a recording game somewhere.
Very helpful.
All right, but I'm ready to go. We can chat since first 15 minutes will be more or less idle. Idle inactivity, unless my archers manage to change that. So
we'll see about that.
But, yes, but I'm probably going to lose all my starting villagers to boars, and this will be a very very different game. But this is.
I doubt it. You'll do good. All right, let's go.
Yeah, well, you should do well as well. After all this talking, I will be disappointed if you don't. Dun dun dun.
Oh, Persians.
Okay, so TC drop. How often does that happen on Arena?
How often does what happen?
TC drop. How often?
TC drop. I've never seen it happen on Arena.
Because Persians, why am I not fetching my sheep? Okay, well, I'm just thinking that there must be this non-very meta universe where people will send their villagers on feudal age or end of the dark age, and then utilize the town center to get through the gate, and then build another town center right next to the opponents, and it probably won't work.
That off in Arena.
Sorry?
Otherwise, I think, yeah, sure. I've seen Persian TC drops happen in Arabia.
Yeah, in a bit more open maps where you can position your TC right next to the opponent's TC.
Exactly.
That's probably the key. But I'm just, now that I know that Bini Bong Baron with his crazy strategies is around, at least at times, I'm trying to feed him good ideas for him to try to make happen with his meme channel. I haven't been practicing those myself. They seem too complicated for a beginner like me, but then again, humans, they do get this second TC. Could they position that against the walls of their opponent, for example? It's still weaker than a castle, but like, can you get any advantage out of that?
I wouldn't think so, because humans actually have siege in feudal, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
There is much more efficient to go for siege. But if you were to, for some reason, really force the TC drop,
yeah,
I think maybe, yeah, okay, you get through the walls and you deny your opponent some resources, maybe if your TC can reach over where the resources are located, and that's kind of dependent on luck, and you never want to be dependent on luck.
Yeah, but you can still, like, you can scout that really early. You have to just leave your DB probably, but that's still something that you can check by running the scout against the walls.
Yeah, that's something I never do. I always make sure to, like, eat all the deer, you know?
Yes, just like Hera might say.
Extra food for faster castle.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand why you might want to do that. Just thinking. Oh no, my villagers are harassing the... Where are my sheep? Like, okay, well, there's this one scouting there. I can tell that this beginning hasn't been too perfect as of yet, but you don't worry, we are still alive. Takes huge focus to try to concentrate on this many things, like talking.
Yeah, I found that, like, when I'm streaming, it's very difficult to focus on the chat, on talking, and on, you know, everything. It's very much more difficult than I thought in the beginning.
So this is the, like, hard mode of trying to learn the game, which is very good for us, I presume, especially since we get to have quality time with like, perhaps the game might be suffering, the gameplay might suffer a bit, but there's a chance to chat with friends and have fun if there happen to be any people online or like on the chat or on the voice like we are now. And share a laugh when Boar kills 2 villagers, perhaps. I also got this spammer, I presume a spammer, to say that I could get cheap viewers. Oh, isn't that nice? Is there a way to report this somehow? Or am I lacking the tools to do it?
All I've done is block them. There's not much else I found to do.
Okay. All the while keeping the build perfect. No worries there. We can follow, we can whisper, we can manage suspicious. Oh, okay, I'm going to have to study this later. Looks really. I can ban, I can time out them. Okay. This is the very good control that of the game and the life around us that we were looking for. Alright, already on feudal age I can see. Well,
indeed.
Hold on.
Why did it have to be Persians? I kind of don't like that it's specifically this time I wouldn't want Persians.
And your reasoning
Because
behind that is?
it's because my TC is faster.
Right.
Like
Oh yes.
5%.
Yeah.
5% in Dark Age, 10% in Feudal. Yeah.
And that throws your builds off. Or is there?
Yeah, I have to idle TC a bit because like I didn't have enough food to click up here or there, you know, because villagers came out too fast.
Oh, I feel you. A very positive problem to have, but still.
Oh, so I watched this video from Spirit of the Law.
Right.
And one of the best civs to boom with is indeed Persians because you know, faster TCs.
Ooh.
Of course, many other eco bonuses need to be considered, but Persians definitely one of the best.
And is it still like, how old was the video? Like now we have Romans, well, at least if one has these DLCs, they have Romans with 5% faster everything, gathering rates, building, not buildings, but still, is TC bonus still better than having like faster economy in general? Like castleets, how? Well, I've had a rough start here, but a rough patch, but still.
Well, I would say this is the power of build order. I didn't do much special, like people figured out what's best to do when and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of all I did.
Well done. Yeah.
What was this timing? Oh, it was earlier than 14 minutes, which means I did really good. Well, rather, it's, you know, it's the Persians buff helping me out with the timing.
Yeah, well, kudos to them. But I've also managed to create quite a mess. I think I'm still lacking this boar. I'm just setting expectations here. But you can still presume that the archers will be very deadly when they finally hit your eco.
Let's see how that goes.
Now, based on the last minutes, I presume that you will just have 3 castles around your walls or something, just to give you some security, so that you can boom in peace. I know
your stats, your archers will not stand a chance. Nah, I don't think I'll be... Well, that's one thing I'm bad at, actually. Arena. I get castles pretty late.
Yeah, that's... I don't know, our definition of late might be a bit different, since you already have a relic, for example. But I did notice that I should have moved my villagers to gather stone sooner, just to be able to counter a castle, for example, if my opponent gets this idea of doing that. And the first 5 arena games probably went in such a fashion that I didn't have a castle and my opponent was dropping their 5th around my town. I'm exaggerating a bit, but still. And those were tough times. And then I slowly started to ponder that perhaps it might make sense to spend some time on getting also this castle building material. So let's see. Now my approach is, what I'm trying to achieve here now is to get this early pressure, which is a little bit, one might say, a bit late now, and then switch to boom right as we have a chance to do that, but we are still. Nope, no problems. Forget that I was about to say anything. That would have.
Gonna catch me, huh?
Do, 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 do. I have a feeling that things aren't going as smoothly as I advertised. Or hoped that they might.
How's your progress on the castle age?
Well, I'm up already. Thanks for asking. But it might be that I wasted some extra minutes gathering resources that I didn't actually need or could make any use for. But that was like we are playing the long game now, so nothing to be too worried about. How's your progress towards a castle going? Haven't seen
I
one
do
yet.
have enough for a castle, but
Yes.
so right now, let's see. I know by score I'm winning, right? How would I treat this game
Yes.
in any other case? Where would I put the castle? Would I castle drop you or something? Absolutely not. Maybe you have an army, but weaker eco, and that's why the score is different.
Yes.
Too much uncertainty. But at the very least, I know that I can drop it for my base, for protection, and maybe make some elephant.
Ooh, elephants. Got to love those. Yes, but that's also like, how could you be sure about the situation? Like, whether you would have a safe access to drop a castle, for example.
What did you ask exactly? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It was a very long-winded and slow question. Like, if you have enough stone to build a castle, and by score
Yes.
you are in a commanding position, and you were also able to get to castle age considerably faster than your opponent. Now, if you were to drop a forward castle, that might secure you the game right there. Like, or at least it could fasten the progress of the game. So I can get that you may not want to take the risk, but is there a chance for you to minimize that risk by scouting or something, for example, to know whether you are safe?
Scouting is probably the most important. I think you'd agree. Because if you don't scout, you won't know where to drop the castle, whether it's safe to drop the castle, so on.
Dun, 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 dun. But I haven't seen much scouting. Why is that? One must wonder.
Sorry, what did you say? I was trying to
Focus.
on eco.
I was wondering where your scouting is commencing, since I didn't witness any. Well, I've come to notice that my scout is long dead, but
yes, my spearmen chased him down.
well, good for them. But, well,
I didn't even notice, actually.
That's exactly what I
So-
wanted to happen. So you are playing the way we were expecting. Yes.
I see you have some cavalry. Did you see my scout just now or not?
No, I didn't. I could have. I didn't.
No. Higher line of sight means I can at least attempt to hide from.
Let's see if you manage to do that, but for long. But at least you have managed to do it for now. Ooh. And who knew? We are in a position where we need more houses. Like this hasn't happened for quite some time. are really trying to make things happen fast by sending 2 villagers to do the job. But I do like the calm approach that we have here so far. Let's hope it never changes.
Oh no.
Ooh, that was hard earned. I wonder what the scouts saw before dying.
Life flashed in front of his eyes. Oh, castle drop.
Yes, a very like this. Actually, you don't have to react to this. This is a distant castle. You're playing the long game, so don't worry about this too much.
Now, my question is, did you scout my castle or not?
No, no. I
Well,
only
you're
have
about to
this
have a
hearsay that
surprise.
you might have a castle. Sorry? What did you say?
You might be in for a surprise.
But we were supposed to win this game. Did you forget about that? Ah. Now where is it? The dumb castle. Right! Okay, well, I may have we just got some visual. Nice castle you
Yes.
have there. Very good.
Now, the reason I chose that spot is because, well, on the other side,
Right?
I have TC. And if you were to break in somehow, TC can protect me and not let your troops pass. And I have other buildings that will wall off other areas. But on this side, I had nothing. So I thought to myself, hey, I need to, yeah, I need to make something work here. And that's where I decided and why I decided.
Well, makes sense. Now,
Oh, that's a surprise.
thank you. Yeah, we have been planning this for 5,000 years now. Now, the only thing we are missing is ballistics, basically, but you may not know that by now. You may notice that later on. Then, what do we have here? We may have lost a few units, but that was for a good reason. A good cause. And what are we lacking here? Nothing? More or less nothing. Ooh, what is this archer micro now?
Indeed.
Luckily I've been watching some pros play as well, so I know what to do. And that's to run and surrender. Please don't kill me. Alright, well, good for you. But we are happy that we had a chance to have a castle, and we will take that any day of the week. And despite all the losses, we are in a position where we will need to build more houses again. Dun, dun, dun. Right. Now what have we here? Well, it seems that you might have had a bit more army than I anticipated, but let's see if that
Prepare
does any.
appropriate defenses now.
Well, it just so happens that I've been waiting for this moment most of my life. But well, that's a lie. But like for a couple of days and tries.
Now let's see if you expect other things that I'm thinking that you don't.
Well, I don't like the sound of that, but hoping for the best and dying like people tend to. Well, one of the things that I learned took me a while perhaps, but was to create trebuchets as quickly as possible once reaching Imperial Age. Is that something that I've been omitting?
Not sure
quite
if
often.
you noticed, but as soon as I reached it, surely Treb appeared and got to work on your cast.
Yes.
It's almost like, you know, whoever gets Trebs first gets to have more momentum, right? And if you have more momentum, you're in control of the game. You don't need to spend more time than your opponent trying to decide things and pay attention to this or that.
Yeah, they're
Keep
very.
your opponent on your toes, and yeah, they can't really react to everything that you throw at them. Like if you didn't have walls and I did, you have to be careful about raids, and when they happen you have to garrison your villas and you have to fight me at the same time. So it's a lot of things if one simple thing is not, you know, fulfilled.
Yeah.
In this case it's well, you're gonna find out, huh?
but this was supposed to be a nice booming game, just having fun, enjoying life, chatting, getting to know each other, spending time with the chat, all that. So what happened to that dream?
Surprised me with your siege engines, huh?
Well.
No, let's carry on.
Misplay. You were saying.
Can you see when I do this, by the way?
Yes, I can. I think one versus one, you can see the flares.
Yeah. Do you see my lumber camp there, and that I was digging through there?
Yes.
Have you noticed?
Yes.
Yeah, had to stop those veils.
Yes, but it was a clever play. But I accidentally did notice that. Yes. Good thing that you noticed before someone just clicked to your base and suddenly the hussar went through the forest, or the not existing forest that used to exist. Overchop, the single most common way to die on professional level, at least. I don't think it makes too much difference when we are thinking about low elo plays, but what I'm thinking is that the mistake has happened elsewhere, even if someone dies in this horrendous raid that happened because of an overchop. Whereas, hold on, there's something going on. I'm hearing sounds. Alright, well, we do like these elephants, so you keep them coming.
I don't like that you've eaten my stone.
Well, it was there for free though, so it's just, I hear you, but I don't know why you would be annoyed about that. Makes no sense. There was no one there, and
Wow, that conversion.
yes. Now this is a real pro game now. Well, there might be. We might have some problems in the nearest future. Oopsie. Some misclicks, yes, perhaps, but luckily I still have this elephant.
Not for long.
Well, so you say, but and you were right. Who knew? Ooh, more cavalry. That's really nice. How very thoughtful of you. Now I haven't been watching the whereabouts of my army, so you might notice that I lost a few units here and there, but that doesn't mean that we are going to lose the game because of that. No, no, no.
Well, at the very least, not yet.
Yes, it's still going to take a few extra minutes. We don't die that easily. Okay, but you can have the stone if you want to. It was a stupid idea. And we don't need any more stone. We have our beautiful castles spread everywhere, so hope you enjoy.
Enjoy I shall.
Oh no.
How much is left? Not much at all. But no, that's one castle or two.
Yes, just make them shine and put some good use to them. Lest you got those in vain. That makes sense. We have even had a few idle soldiers here and there. Few idle villagers, perhaps.
Let's see. What do you think is the plan moving forward? What can you do?
Well, I could prepare my halberdiers, for example, but besides that, we also have. Can we perhaps save a villager or two? Perhaps we can. Besides that, we can always create more and better units that you have shown or thrown at our way. So our plan is a bit vague, if that makes sense. I don't really know what you are doing.
Burgundians have good cavalry. Relics generate both gold and food. Oh,
Yes.
Flemish militia. This is the one. I haven't played any DLC says, so I'm not.
All right, so you're not like you are not first-hand familiar with this. But like this timing.
No. Played like maybe against Burgundians once or twice.
Yeah.
And even then, it was like kind of nothing out of ordinary, seemingly.
Yeah. And it just so happens that
What would you do to counter me is what I'm thinking right now. And well, obviously against my cavalry, you should get some Alps mixed with maybe paladins or Strongers infantry. Oh, okay. Do you have camel right? No, you don't.
no, we don't have camels, but we have been upgrading a few units while we have been waiting for the hammer to drop, if that's a proper way to say anything. But it might still be that we are ill prepared for the action that's about to happen. And now one of the things I did in an arena game thousands of years ago was to move the relics back. Now instead of doing that, I may have done more ill-advised.
When I play Aztec, Monk, and Siege Bush,
Yeah.
I tend to leave them out as well. Very rarely it has come to bite me in the ass.
Yeah.
But that's because I tend to win with that combo. So I guess it never occurs to me that, oh, I might lose, because I'm always confident with Aztecs fuck, what is this called? Arena, right?
Yes, arena, the map we are playing, indeed. Yeah, and yeah, that's the thing I thought as well, that if you are in a position playing Aztecs and early aggression and monks and all, and if you lose the push, then like losing the relics doesn't matter, because you probably have lost the game here as well, or there
Yes.
as well. So it makes little sense to try to postpone the inevitable and move the relics back and try to boom after losing with your 30 villagers. I'm not quite sure how many you would actually have, but something along those lines, I would presume. Class of cavalry. Now, something I've learned is to try to create more units. I don't always do a very good job at that, and more production buildings too. But the problem is that while I'm fighting your puny hussars, we also managed to lose our sight on the elephants. I don't know if you noticed that you have quite a few elephants, and even Persian elephants, like the most expensive unit in the game or something. Not quite, but almost.
Yep, something like that.
Something that you can never create in one versus one game, because it's so expensive. And
How the elephants were chasing down Trev.
oh, hold on now. What? My army control is a bit off. I've come to notice that I had a few extra units that could have helped. But well, they will arrive shortly. I've given them new orders.
Oh, you're burning down my castle.
Yes, I think it would have made sense to try to.
Yeah.
Oh, but for like, I don't know how, but you seem to have quite a few extra elephants still.
Yes.
Huh. Well, that's too bad.
Oh, shouldn't push your trebs that far.
Well, I was busy doing more important things. You wouldn't understand. But good point.
Such as
I could have
making
used
that
them.
villager finally work. It's been idle for too long, right?
Alright. Oh no.
Those
Another-
pesky villagers.
The dreams are slowly turning to nightmares because I'm running out of gold all of a sudden. Still have market at my disposal, so no worries there. But I should have secured or tried to secure this position with the castle when I had a chance, instead of leaning towards having those castles inside of my base. That probably makes some sense. No, I
Now,
don't.
you definitely shouldn't be throwing hussars, I would say. You
Yes.
should be focusing more on cavalry.
Yes,
Much
and
more effective.
yes, I should be creating more. I do. The plan was to use them as a support unit, but instead they slowly turned to become the main force. Now, especially now that you are playing in a way that would allow me to hard counter the little that you have, or the masses that you have. Just having gazillion of halberdier would be the play, since you only had a handful of archers. So a very good practicing game for this. You have quite a few stables here. Well played, sir.
If I have 7,000 food, I gotta use it somehow, right?
Yes. Well, I usually
Well,
sell them on market and then buy it back. But well, your mileage may vary. That's the power move that I've been practicing.
Oh no, nothing's there.
But
You could try to take down the wall. That is an
yeah.
option.
Yes, and behind that, well, we are here to explore and learn. So let's see. How would someone like Zura design their city or town? And thanks for the short momentum while you were building forces and getting coffee and who knows. I had a chance to get to pop max finally, like first time in 2 weeks probably. Practice games, aren't they the best? But now you also do have some archers, and I shouldn't probably waste all of my units there. That might be
I mean, to be fair, you had roughly 30 halves maybe, right?
yes.
Definitely not enough.
Yes, you have like what, 50 elephants. I don't know, how many would you reckon that you have?
Have 56 there, 6 here, so that's 60 exactly.
15 in the queue and
more. Well, actually 18 in the
right. Well, that tells goes to show how good the Persian town center bonus is. Just like my opponent said yesterday after the Nomad MegaRandom, that it was a civ win because elephants are bad, and I'm thankful for that statement, but still tend to disagree. But in this case, of course, Persians, like I never had a chance really. With the TZ bonus, not a chance. But I do have.
no.
But no, I ran out of gold to do the Flemish militia power move, because I've never done that.
Oh, I wanted to let you do that.
Okay, just give me a second. Now, of course, I've lost how many? 100 or so villagers. So.
Oh no.
Or 50 villagers, so we are a bit late to the party, but the idea was right. I just should have thought about that when the elephants approached the castle. since that's the one move that I had at my disposal. One power spike. That, as you can tell, it's not like they are not quite too effective for some reason. I could have probably. Yep.
Definitely not. They're taking 19 damage per hit from elephants, and then it's spread to others. This is why, even if you have a lot of halbs, especially if you have a lot of halbs, they die so fast against elephants.
Yeah.
Especially if it's Persian war elephant, right?
Yeah, and it would make sense to. Oh, and my villagers are batting as I ordered them to do. But still.
So.
What have we learned? Yes.
What I want to say is, like, for sure, no doubt in my mind, the only reason I can output this kind of result is because I have a build order, right? And you're not familiar with any build orders, right?
Yeah, I've made, or I've played through the art of the game or something, these like challenges that the game has to offer. Are you familiar with those single player things?
The tutorial ones.
Yeah, the tutorial ones that have challenges like get to Castle Ace in 15 minutes or something like that.
Yes.
Yes, so for those, for the sake of those, I did spend some time just trying to focus on the most important aspects and not wasting time gathering gold on dark raids and that sort of things. But no, I'm not too familiar. I know that there are build orders, and I practiced some of them when I played with friends 20 years ago, just to get edge over them. But these 2 weeks, no, I don't have. But this like intuition about things that might be reasonable things to do. Yep. So carry on.
Intuition is something along the lines of game sense, right? Is what you mean?
Yes, and that's something that what I've learned from Daniel Kahneman's book Thinking Fast and Slow is that the intuition needs calibration, or could use calibration. So that's what we are trying to do here, so that I would know, and it wouldn't hurt to practice as well, but to know that okay, I need 1 or 2 more villages to food or to wood in order to be able to produce the archers that I want to, for example. And having field orders would definitely help with that, to give or get that much more the experience and feedback, or some guidelines along with which to play, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Carry on.
So,
I'm waiting for the compliments.
I mentioned I played a lot of League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
Game sense is very important to that game, considering like how fast you need to make decisions. It comes mainly from experience, right? Because it's all about reaction. Like if you have time to react, like depending on how much time you have.
Yeah. I'm honing my scouting skills now.
Let's see. So there's a castle there, right?
Yes.
So
there seems to be a castle here. Handsome halberdiers. Yes, very good. This is important information that we are getting. Yeah.
I think in Age of Empires, you get to have more time to make some decisions, right? Unless you're not scouting, ironically enough, right? If you're not prepared, if you don't have enough intel, you won't be able to react fast enough. But then again,
like
if you do have game sense, such as like you have 0 scouting, you know the enemy is playing Persians, so you're like, it's either going to be cavalry or it's going to be elephants, surely. And you just preemptively go halberdiers. I've been beaten so many times like that. Like I'm playing Ethiopians, enemy has 2 archery ranges ready and producing skirmishers.
And once you hit their village, your archers are dead.
My archers?
Yeah, so as soon as you hit their town, thinking
Yes,
to
yes.
like being ready for the victory parade or whatnot, there are 20
Yeah, yeah.
skirmishers and they clean you up in 15
And
seconds.
yeah, I feel like I'm like, oh, he already has skirmishers. What am I gonna do? Do I just switch to scouts now?
Yeah.
I mean, I could, but then that's time. That requires time. That requires building other units, food that I haven't prepared, that I need
Mm?
very much for villagers. Um, so, you know, what else could I do? I could just, you know, be better. So I try to outmaneuver those skirmishers and perhaps with mechanics win against those skirms with my archers, even though I'm countered. And many times I have. And, you know, opponent didn't expect it, didn't have enough game sense to expect, I guess, that I'm just going to maniacally focus only on archers. I'm not going to quit.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna at some point think, okay, I'm killing his archers. He's going to quit this soon, perhaps answer with this or that strategy. And I'm like, no, I'm just going to go ahead and keep spamming archers till I get through. And many times I've won because of that, because my opponent stopped producing the counters.
Yeah, and they were preparing spearmen or something, or just thought that they had the unit.
Yes.
And now it was just time. It was a due time for you to realize that you can't do anything with your archers, and then the next archer pops up and 5 more archers, and eventually the skirmishers are wore down, and then it's a free. Finally, it's time for the parade for you. Yeah, and that's a very good point, because now I mentioned this Persian TC drop, so I know some of the tactics they have at their disposal, but that's probably, as you mentioned, not a very viable way to go, viable strategy on a map like Arena. And they still have the best knight line unit. Is it Salah, or what's the name for the like pro paladin that you can upgrade to?
Savar. Yes.
Savar, yes. So I could have thought about that, and the elephants as a, like, since you are at least 300 points ahead of me, then also it would make sense to try to produce the almost the most expensive unit that needs huge amount of castles to be able to mass, and huge amount of time and economy and all that. That, of course, that's something that you could try to do. Yes. Thank you for that.
Like, it was okay. I've played quite a few matches already. I've been playing for a few months, right? Age of Empires and so many arena games. No one has ever played Siege Engine.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't been surprised with Siege Tower.
Yes, Siege Tower. Yes.
No one has ever used that strat. So I was like, what? I was actually caught off guard. That was very surprising.
Well, I've been watching my share of meme players, such as the Viper, who played with Siege Tower when it was introduced to the game. I think I think players like Hera, the most accomplished player of the last few years, would probably not utilize that too often or ever. I don't know if there are too many places where you can try to fit the Siege Tower, but to me, at least at this low level elo where I'm playing at, for a good reason as well, I think Siege Tower is such a fun thing to try to do and try to utilize, even if it takes 5 extra minutes to get there. So I'm glad that you enjoyed that part that I had to give or to show.
So after the game, I think or I could just tell you. So the reason I have this timing, like when did I castle, reach castle or feudal, specific times, right?
Yeah.
The guide I watched, it wasn't even actually on the arena, I think, but the point is you lure at least 3 deer. You get your boars, your sheep, and that's enough food for you to click up to castle. And you need 14 on food, at the very least 14 on food, 6 on wood, 2 on gold. So that's 22 veils and 1 scout. And that's when you click up to feudal. And then you add 2 villagers once you're in castle. And you, of course, build the necessary buildings like market and blacksmith.
Yeah, so it takes just about a minute to do the blacksmith with 1 villager and market with 2.
Just about the time for 2 villagers to be trained and for you to have enough food left over to click up to castle. So yeah, that's the strat. But over the course of like months now, I've been playing that completely differently. Maybe it's less effective. Maybe it's more effective. I found this more comfortable. I send 5 villagers, right, on berries. The guide suggested that I do 4, and sometimes they wouldn't finish up all this food, and I was like, okay, need to send 5 all the time, and that will make sure that I always have enough food gathered from there once I run out of sheep and deer and things.
Yeah, so it makes your transition that much easier.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I send 4 at first, 4 on wood, then add 1 more, so total of 5, and 2 on gold. As always, 2 on gold you need it unless you're Aztec. Aztecs bonus 50 gold. So 1 villager can provide you with 50 gold. So you can click up earlier if you want with that. Yeah, I've adapted strategy many ways depending on a civ. And once I started playing Ethiopians, I realized that so I had trouble with this setup though before I started learning Ethiopians. I was like, okay, I run out of wood fast because I don't send 6. I send only 4 or 5. And I run out of wood. So what do? Like by the time my villagers walk over to the wood line and all of that. And then I remember once I started playing Ethiopians that it was important to gather straggler trees. And I never did that on Arena. I just got rid of them as soon as possible. And I'm like, wait, I could just send my villas on stragglers, like 1 or 2 straggler trees. That's 200 wood. And then send them over to the wood line. Some of them, and have some of them make farm.
Yeah.
And that way I managed to make sure I get food faster, get enough wood, and basically have no detriments, but it involves less steps, less risk compared to the guide that I watched. So I think at any point I like Age of Empires because at any point you can adapt strategies in so many ways and still have them effective.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I enjoy this, or I have enjoyed even if I haven't been playing this like on yearly basis for some 10 years or so. Don't worry, I'm just about to resign. The humiliation.
No, I'm just scouting, don't worry.
All right, okay, well, you allowed me to scout.
I need to gather intel. Do you have any gold left?
But a tidbit about Burgundians. We have this unique tech that allows the farmers to gather gold as they farm. The rate is a bit, I get 1 per every couple of seconds. I have 22 farmers right now. So 10 farmers give you 1 gold per 4 seconds or so game time. So it's not huge, but it still means that you don't need that many relics, for example.
Yeah.
So it's something that...
Oh, and relics generate food. Along with gold, huh?
Yes, very very weird sieve you have there. And when this was introduced a year or two ago, must have been a while now, this was deemed overpowered, perhaps also because of the Flemish Revolution that won some series on tournaments. And aside, Beanie Bong Baron wished night. Well, especially to me, but why not also to you? Good night, Beanie, to you as well. And nice of you to stick around between your busy days. But so the Burgundians still is a very... I think they should work on Arena quite well, because you could just throw down 100 farms, get a reliable trickle of gold, and we also have proper units like Castelier. So I don't know if there's something that they are lacking that would make them poor. Like 1000 lasts like 5 milliseconds once you attack. That's nice.
Yeah, I stacked elephants and I was curious if I attack how much damage will they do, and I think
yeah, but little did you know, like this elephant under 1000 is a risky business.
Oh yes, the entire building collapses on them. They might die.
Yes, that was my strategy, but it didn't work. It hardly worked. But yeah, and the point about Age of Empires in general, at least at lower levels, but the top players do that as well. That you still have plenty of strategies from which to choose from, and it's not always like all in. That if you choose to open archers and the other player opens scouts and are able to win an encounter or two, that suddenly your game is lost there and then. Depends on the map, of course, and the performance levels of the players, but it's also a very nice thing that I enjoy, and it's more doable at lower levels too, that you can make suboptimal decisions and still have a really enjoyable game that you might also be able to win. Now this game, I'm doubting my chances. I'm slowly starting to realize that I may not have the tools to beat you, but generally, and if I had created 200 halberdiers, at least the encounters or the combats that we had, the fights, the battles that we took might have looked a little bit different.
Definitely, and I would have run out of gold, couldn't get that many elephants, and eventually would overrun me, especially because your farmers generate gold.
Yes, so I could have tried to play long game. Yeah.
Remember yesterday when I told you, hey, in practice this is a wrong move, but you could fight halberdiers with... Yeah, that's why in practice it's a bad move. Long term, you will lose that. It's cost inefficient, right? Halberdiers with elephants. But if that gets me momentum, and that momentum gets me a victory, does it really matter? Long game? Who cares?
yeah, you still have 50 elephants standing, so, well.
Yes.
Oh, and I could have also, since I was floating other resources, gold as well, I could have tried to create 20 monks to get at least some nice looking conversions, even if I wouldn't have been able to. And I don't know if you had faith, but you don't get this this martyrdom, or what is it called? That your elephants would die. Heresy. Persians don't get that. Is that right?
They don't have heresy. Yeah, Persians don't have heresy.
Yes, just to make it fun for others.
You to take a lot of time, right? Devotion and faith.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, monks are deadly against Persian elite elephants, war elephants.
Yeah, and very, very not pleasant army to face. But of course, that it takes microing and you still had more units that I could have produced, even with the converted elephants. You would have been able to kill them. But if I had played to the strengths of this civilization, what I could have tried to do was to slow down your progress with monks, with halberdier, and plant 50 more farms, and just try to see if there was a universe where you would have run out of gold, and I could have pushed you back with my gold
Yes.
units. That would have
So
been
in that
like
case,
nice thing to
would be-
practice.
Yeah. My solution in that case would be, I guess, archers, right? Because I can spam crossbows,
Yes, thrash bows.
just cost wood, because of Persian unique tech converts gold to wood cost,
Yeah.
right? So that's my next best bet. But
And
still,
then
those are weak.
Yep.
I don't have a bracer, so I don't have good range, and I don't have arbalist upgrade, so they're still weak. Even your hussars could beat them. I know this from experience. Had a certain arena game where, I tried to delay. I didn't have resources. My opponent bullied me away from golds. So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, I'll get the tech. I'll get some crossbows. And I did, and I started winning. But then he's got to Imperial. He got the last armor upgrade for hussars, and suddenly they have 6 pierce armor, and my archers are only doing 2 damage to them. And
Yeah.
at that point, I'm
Tickling.
like, okay,
Yes.
this is nothing. 2 of his hussars will be 10 of my crossbows.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was good transition, like buying you some more time, and
Yeah.
it was due to
Had I
the
been better player, I could have maybe used that opportunity better. Because it pushed them back quite well, and I was very pumped that game. I was like, I'm definitely gonna win. It's going so
Yeah.
well, but no, he beat me.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of another game, and this was completely random. I was like, when I first started Age of Empires again, like Definitive Edition 1 year ago. I quit like in a month. I wasn't too interested back then, but I kind of got addicted to it recently. So anyway, when I played 1 year ago, I remember I liked Magyars because they had this elite unit that doesn't cost gold. So I'm like, very nice. I can just spam them and never worry about running out of gold. Unfortunately, they're quite weak compared to knights, even, for example, right? But they cost food, which is great. So recently I had a game where I randomly decided to pick Magyar on arena, and the opponent were Turks. So I'm like, okay, what can I do here? There's not much I can do. I can't contest relics because he's gonna have an upgrade on his light cav sooner than me, so I can't go for light cav because Turk cavalry is automatically upgraded. Scouts. Anyway, so yeah, I'm like, okay, I'll just play defense. I'll just build castles because I know he's gonna castle drop, and he did. So I played defense. I dropped 2 castles, made sure he couldn't walk in. But then he went Imperial, and I was really far from Imperial at that point. I mean, I could have clicked up, but if I click up and take some time, he's gonna destroy my castles. What's the point?
Yeah.
So I decided I'm just gonna spam Magyar Hussars. I trained them, like 10 of them, keep them in castle, and once I see him make a trebuchet or a bombard cannon, I take these Hussar out, I kill them. My Hussars die, but it's okay. They only cost food. I can keep delaying him forever. And I kept delaying him forever. And I built 3rd castle, 4th castle, made more and more Hussars, and overrun him, and I freed my my surrounding area. So now he has to play defensive, and he switches to camels. And I'm like, okay, that's gonna be horrible for me because, countered and everything. Camels are pretty strong. But I'm like, okay, while I switch to a different unit, why don't I just spam my Hussars as much as possible to delay him? And spam I did, and I spammed so much. I had 90 farmers, and I was spamming so many Hussars. I didn't need to. I just overrun him. His camels, his towers, and castles and everything. And I think that was only possible because I just managed to boom so much and make so many castles that my production of units is so fast. And I'm never lacking resources, never. What's the
Yes.
solution? I still don't know solution. Maybe halberdiers. That could have been a solution. But Turks do not even have pikes. They don't have any upgrades for spearman line.
Yeah, and
So
that's
yeah, that's
like yet again uh, sounds like a case where the error or mistake or omission has happened uh, previously. So the opponent should have gotten you out of the castles, for example, uh, uh, and
yes.
try to finish the game before you got your booming game going on, so that
Yes. So when I
so that you
looked
would
over
never
the
get
game,
to that point. Yes.
yeah, when I looked over the game and I applied my if I were if it were me on both sides, which me would win, and
Hmm.
at what point did I win? When I looked over from that lens and I realized he cannot spam halberdier, that means he lost. The moment that I destroyed his castle that he
Yeah.
dropped near my base. Because once that died, he lost his push. He had to now play defensive against my hussars that I can just keep spamming, and I will spam more and more. Because what's stopping me, right?
Yeah.
Why should I stop? It's working. So there was no other solution. And the next part of the game where he spammed some camels and played defensive and everything, that lasted like 20 minutes.
Mm.
But it didn't matter. It was already lost 20 minutes ago
Yeah.
when
Uh,
he lost his push.
yeah, and that's
So it's important to identify that moment, because if you do that in a live game where you're noticing that, hey, if I do this from this point on, this person can't do anything anymore, that'll
mm,
give you more of a momentum and edge to play rather than compared to like whatever mechanics your opponent has or what good economy.
yes. I couldn't agree more. And that's when I was watching the competitive plays, tournaments and all, while not playing myself. Um, Perhaps starting 5 years ago or so, D was released. I've been buying the games as they appeared, but I rarely installed them or anything. But suddenly, or luckily, I stumbled across these professional players who casted, and also casters that casted these games, and it was like surprising to me how often the games ended, like the game you were explaining, where you got rid of the forward castle of your opponent and you started to spam Magyar Hussar. Any pro probably would have realized there and then that this game is lost or this game is won, but their opponent would have realized that okay, I have nothing to throw at them, unless they have some sneaky onager cut and 50 Hussar to your eco or something like that in their minds. They should have realized that it's just a waste of time, that unless they make some really major mistake or try to play some clever things, there's no chance I'm going to win this. So better save the 20 minutes of clicking and move to the next game and try to learn something from the like the previous steps. And the thing that I, at least you can tell here, we have been playing for 2 hours soon, and that it still takes time for me to realize, and I can tell that the opponents also sometimes take their time to realize that there's no comeback mechanism that they can apply.
Yes.
Like in a realistic sense, at least. You can always hope that the connection is lost or something like that, but well, the opponent dies while clicking the mouse. Some lucky victory like that, but it's not very probable thing to happen. And it's a very good advice, this trying to while going through the games while playing, but also while rewatching those, to try to think where was the mistake, when was this game lost, was it lost during the boar lure or 15 minutes later or whenever, so that we could try to learn that this is the sort of mistake you don't want to do, and if you happen to do that, then it's more or less game over, unless you can think of something else to do, which is also the beauty of the game, because some players might, at facing the game, of course I haven't watched that, but some players might think that okay, the only way to win now is to get my opponent to idle their economy, to get rid of their farmings and all that, and play accordingly instead of playing fighting in the middle, just trying to find a way, be it siege tower or something, to try to harass your eco enough so that you wouldn't never get enough food to create enough cavalry. And if that wasn't a possibility, then just deciding that, okay, well, this game is lost, if I read you correctly.
Yes.
Huh.
Now that I think about it, there another reason why this is an important skill. Many times I've been in a situation where I'm like, what do I do? There's no way to win. Like, opponent is swarming me with his troops. I should surrender.
Yeah.
But for sake of gathering more experience and knowledge, I decide to keep playing. And more often than not, I end up winning.
Yeah.
Unless the situation is obviously too terrible, right? But the reason for that, I've noticed, is because one opponent was really focused on like the battle and like beating me. He neglected his eco, right?
Yeah.
As situation I talked about yesterday too.
Yeah.
When an opponent with inferior eco is somehow beating me.
Yes.
And
I've been there on both sides.
I've been on both sides too. With me being with horrible eco, with monks, Aztec siege push, or with Franks where I have like the godly eco, but horrible amount of troops because at
5 paladins.
I haven't made a single stable yet, not paladins.
Okay.
No. Yeah, so I managed to come back from those games because I'm thinking, hey, I started to think, if he has so many troops here, what's he doing at the base? Where's his eco? If I can manage to weather this storm, defend myself, then I'll win, because I'm gonna have good eco, he's not going to have it, and I will spam more troops once I defeat the opponents in front of me. So I applied that both ways, right?
Yeah.
If I'm swarming the opponent and he's trying, I noticed, like, he stopped producing skirmishers because he thinks I'm going to stop attacking because I've already lost too much. But I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, no, I'm making more of my Ethiopian archers. And if it doesn't work, I lose.
Yeah.
And if it works, I win. And the opponent thinks, okay, well, I've already killed a lot of his archers. He's going to stop, right? And I want to click up. And I've seen so many times they go to castle, and I've killed 15 of their vills. Now they have no eco, no way to make those knights and beat my archers. Even if I'm in feudal, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's a really valuable lesson and a good story as well. Especially now that we have experienced like the yesterday's games, for example, and the Nomad game especially. So we have experienced that feeling of facing inferior eco and still losing, probably for very stupid reasons, but very understandable reasons. That okay, well, I shouldn't make more elephants because they have halberdier already, for example. It looks sensible thing to do, like that's how the game works, and that's the beauty of the game, that you can make the stupid looking decisions that are still right, as you've managed to do and advise me to do as well.
Because your opponent might be the one making mistake and you capitalize on their mistake. And turns out that what would usually be a wrong play is the correct winning play.
Yes. And the longer you play on, the more chances you give your opponent to make mistakes. So there's
yes, exactly. That's a great
there's
point.
wisdom behind that as well. Just hanging there, trying not to lose, and waiting for the opponent to make a mistake.
Exactly. I hate to bring up League of Legends again, but most of that game is honestly just sitting back, chilling on your own, waiting for opponent to freak out and make some mistake.
Yeah.
So many times that happens.
Well, I'll have to watch some. I've watched League of Legends for like a couple of hours during my life. That didn't bite me then, luckily, because otherwise we wouldn't be here now. But now I have more of a reason to rewatch or return to watch that to see how the games differ with this, for example. Okay, but this was a really nice learning experience because even though I might have lost this now, like not convincingly, but like this was a really tough matchup and all, and we had an even fight. It went back and forth, and you took some damage, I took some damage, and so forth. But I'm more confident with this arena play now because I got a chance to boom and get to 200 units. That has never happened before, and of course you were really kind to let me do that. But this was like a nice arena experience after some really tough games where I got the feeling that we are doing so many things so wrong that it's going to be it's going to take a huge leap from us to get to a point where we can actually have like good arena games. And the Siege Tower compliment, of course, was something to.
Siege Tower
I'll take that.
Amazing play.
Yes.
I never saw it coming.
Yes, it almost won us the game. Almost, like you were this close of dying.
Wouldn't go that far, but I already had 3 TCs by then.
Yes, it might like 10 minutes earlier. It might have had some more effect, perhaps.
But here's what I didn't expect. You pushed through. You went through the TC. You got to my wood line. Then you pushed through some more. You disrupted my economy really well, even if it was like 5 archers or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm proud of
that. Was a good
that.
play. Like if it was like an equal game, and someone did that like surprisingly, it instantly puts me at disadvantage, because of so much disruption that happened.
Yeah, if I also had the 3 TCs boom going on and you suddenly got 30 seconds of idle time, like not all of your eco, but significant parts of your eco, and were
like,
forced to react.
Half of it because you're posing my wood line, my 1 TC, and then you went to the other TC and farms. So let's say half. And I had to have them garrisoned. By the time I got some troops going, they were still garrisoned. And I'm like, okay, I need to pay attention there and build a house. And I'm still having my villagers garrisoned and they're not working. That's a lot of time.
Yes, especially if you have this really tight build order in mind. That okay, now one more to get stone, and then we carry on with the castle building approach. And suddenly there's this unexpected interruption causing havoc in your mind as well. Even if the economical damage isn't too great, but also just messing your steps a bit while trying to make the most beautiful dance can sometimes be at least fun and quite effective, perhaps. But of course, the price is also very deep, because we need wood, we need gold, we need to build barracks and archery range and move the units into position.
And the siege workshop.
Yes, and the siege workshop. Yes, so 1,000 or so resources at least, even if you only have a few archers. So that means that our opponent, they would have to either be slower gathering those resources, or they should spend them unwisely as a reaction to what we are planning to do. So they should be mining enough stone for a few castles, for example, or have some other things in their mind. Perhaps if we combine that with a forward castle, for example, think if you had dropped a forward castle and we managed to sneak around and drop 5 archers to your eco at the same time. We may not like I don't know if the timings are possible actually, but at lower level perhaps there is a chance to make something like that
Yes.
happen.
Well, at lower level, it's most likely that your opponent isn't as prepared as a pro would be. I think in a pro 1v1 scenario, it's impossible to do a castle drop and push a siege tower.
Yes.
The reason it's impossible is because there's a very meticulous order of things, right? The build orders that you need to follow to make, first off, a castle. Proper timing so that you can do a drop, right? If you do it too late, there's no point because your opponent is prepared. He's been booming. He's got some units going on. There's no point. So there's very limited amount of resources. It's like it comes down to pretty much math. It's like, okay, at minute 15, I will have 30 villagers.
Yes.
5 of them will be on stone. 7 will be on food. 11 on wood. How much resources does that give me? By 20 minutes. You know, you calculate things like that and you make a strategy, right? And I think that's so difficult because you don't immediately have 30 villagers. You get 1, then 2, then 3, or I mean, you know, plus.
Yes. And but
So
I want to correct my statement, because what I meant was if you were to drop a forward castle, that's your strategy, and your opponent does this sneaky siege tower drop. So if they waste their time and resources trying to do that, it's still somewhat more costly. Of course, walking 10 villagers or 5 villagers over the map takes some time as well. So there might be a chance to get somewhat equal timings on that.
Yes.
Then
usually it's actually a lot more. It's like 9 villagers or something. So
yeah,
that
just to make sure that you win the castle fight if your opponent responds.
And you're saying at this time you have made siege tower.
Yes.
And you've sent some archers.
Yes. That might be impossible.
Serious damage to your opponent, I think, in that case.
But especially, like, it would be, at least that's something that I'm not eager to try to put in practice. Just seeing, like, it, I don't know if I'm able to make, well, if I face Spanish on arena, then I know that it's going to be a castle drop. But it would be nice to try to pull that off and see if I would be able to keep the archers alive long enough to cause serious idle time and perhaps some kills on wood lines and all that, because then the castle would look really stupid.
Yes, I can confidently say that if you do manage that, if your opponent is castle dropping you while you're putting some archers in his walls, in his base, there is no way he's gonna have even barracks. And if he does have barracks, it doesn't matter because units are too slow from barracks. And if he has archery range, it's the only case where it matters because he can make skirms. If he has stables, it doesn't matter because, again, you micro your archers and you win against horses.
Yes.
So yeah, it's only in case of archery range. But would an opponent who's castle dropping you even have an archery range? They clearly have a strategy of getting your walls down and then spamming unique units. So they wouldn't. So they have nothing to defend themselves with.
Yes.
No, so if you can predict.
Well, now I'm excited to see if I, and now that's the reason to learn some build orders as well. So just just that I would have more chances to actually pull something like that off in such a consistent manner that I would be able to do it even twice. Even if I end up losing the game, it would be nice to see how the game plays out after a situation like that. But how great practice session this was. And what I'm planning to do next is take a short pause, and then I'll watch the build that you used. Do you think you did well during the first 15 minutes? Do you think you had it?
Yeah, my castle timing was good, but I think I messed one or two things up. Either way, it's decent build order to follow, as it is right now in the replay.
Yes,
good enough, I would say.
As a reward, you get to check my build order and see if there's if there's a thing or two that you could try to
Yes,
utilize in
the
your games.
infamous Surungari siege tower rush.
Yes, you focus on that part because there's like omitting wars for the first 15 minutes or so part before that, but just don't focus on that too much. The siege tower thing, yes, yes. Take a look at that.
Okay, so you'll be pausing stream, I suppose, and you'll be back later?
Yes, but probably in like 5 to 10 minutes, like just a short break.
Okay.
I need to feed the cat and visit the
I see.
bathroom, make some coffee, decaf, but still.
Okay then.
And then see
I'll
what
see you in
happens.
chat then.
Yeah, let's continue the discussion there. But thanks, and let's do this again as well.
Yeah, of course.
As soon as I improve a bit.
As you wish.
Bye bye.
Yes, see you later.
So, thank you, Zura, for granting your wisdom and time for our benefit. It's eventually going to be your loss when we start swiping the floor with all the knowledge that we have gathered, but it might also be in an alternative universe that we might not ever be able to reach, but let's see. In any case, this is if anyone there watching this now or in the future ever wonders, would it make sense to start streaming even if you don't know what you're doing and sharing your experience of learning new things with the world? Based on the experience so far after a week or week and a half, 2 weeks, the answer would be yes, it's totally worth that, because already we have had not only fun in a way that playing alone wouldn't have granted me, since I have experienced that for some decade being younger, but also all these surprising things that might happen, like getting to know people like Zura or Bini, and who else we have met. Well, there are others as well, and all the people we haven't even gotten to know as of yet is a really nice a positive addition to my life, and I can presume that it would be for others as well. So stop watching and start your streaming would be my advice, and please let me know when you do, so I can try to follow and support the way I've been followed and supported. But okay, short break, and we'll get back to the world of Age of Empires by watching the build order for Arena, and then hopefully we will get some new insights for our own Arena games as well. Thanks Zura and others for the game and for the company. Be back in a bit. All right. Does it work now? Ah, all right. Sorry about that. So we might still have some different kind of problems regarding our streaming setup, but at least it was not because of the microphone per se, at least, or the stream dropped without or got stuck without ruining the microphone sound quality. But I don't know if that helps too much if we still are stuck in a loop or slowly falling behind or real time or in real time as seemed to have happened. But perhaps this will work for quite some time still, and we can try to fine-tune those settings later. Fingers crossed, since I've been wrong before. Let's see. Are we still doing it? A year from now we get to remember or recall these moments with a certain nostalgic approach, when we have zero problems and so forth. That's not, I'm not predicting that to happen today or in a week or so, but perhaps year is just a long enough a time that we can make some fixes happen. And Zura, hello, welcome back. And hello, welcome back to you as well. Oh, and now that, like, since we are trying to learn things now, so there's never a wrong time to practice real life skills. And I've seen people do shoutouts, and one was hereby granted to Zura AOE for being a pleasant person to hang around with. And I presume people at the meeting and also at your meeting can also agree on that. Now we only have a few people around, but thousands will be watching the recording later on, so it's never wasted on a good. When we find a reason to spread the good spirits and show our gratitude, I doubt it. We can never make a mistake if we do that. Yes, that's a very clever and still plausibly correct English phrase sentence. And Zura, thank you. Appreciate it, but also well earned. And the next shout out is going to be ever faster, since we now know how to use that command. If you excuse me, I'll check if there's something that needs my attention. What we are planning to do now is to check if we have a chance to learn or take some notes from Zura's early game, and a different story will be if we are ever able to replicate those steps, but at least we might get some ideas to utilize and put into good use later as we get better with the game. Oh, right. Almost forgot. Boom, boom. And we should be good to go. And I don't know if this applies to your setup. Zura could have had this discussion when we were still on voice, but for me, having this USB hub before I connect my audio interface that connects to the microphone seems to have helped so far. Only a couple of hours in, of course, to help that even if my computer was under stress and we were forced to cut the stream, so not the perfect world, but the microphone sound to my monitor, or the one that I monitored with, so the microphone sound that earlier got corrupted when we faced issues with performance or not lagging, what's the other word for that, nevertheless they didn't occur now, so my microphone sounded good. The problem was getting the stream to work, so we now have a different problem, hopefully. But let's see if this microphone keeps on working for the rest of the stream or not. But there's hope that it was due to the fact that the computer wasn't able to provide enough energy for the interface. But that remains to be seen, and may not be applicable to your situation. But let's carry on investigating that issue as well, solving real life problems while playing. Alright, so do I have enough skills to read this? Is there something else I'm missing? Yes, Zura indeed is a very, very nice person. So you all should befriend him. All your future people too. Alright, so we are a few moments in game, and we are not going to watch this in this super slow-mo pace. But we have 5 villagers on sheep, okay. New one coming in, very good. Taking care of the resources, that's how you do it. Oh, well, like while walking, pushing a deer or a goat or what's an ibex. Just passing, so first find sheep and then push the ibex. Nice thing, not necessarily very useful, that I've been trying to put into use but forgot this time, is to use extra sheep to scout the back of the base, and also during the early minutes. This is a very clever trick I'm trying to put into practice, is to use... Oh, but I'm missing the important things. So see, so this is how I play the game. I'll micromanage my sheep and send them here, and send a sheep to navigate the outer, like the closest outer parts of the wall, while my villagers stand idle under the TC and die to a boar, for example. And you can see it happening here when we were trying to focus on what is going on. So let's try again. So we have had his third woodcutter. Alright. So we have 6 on food, and then there's a lumber mill happening. So 7th goes on food. 7th goes on wood, and 8th and 9th follow. And then comes the mill, if I watched correctly. So 10 villages now. Okay, house and boar. House, and there's also a thing I've come to notice that people usually put their houses outside the defensive range of towns, and I don't know if there's a reason for that, like just making room for farms, because you can get 2 layers, you can fit 2 layers of farms. Is that the reason, or does it have some defensive purpose as well? Is it just neat? I don't know, but if someone knows, then please do share. So what do we have now is the 10th villager build an additional house, perhaps sometime in advantage, or like we didn't need another house as of yet, but why not? We have ibexes coming in, 7 on food at the moment, and the 7th is the berry busher gatherer building a mill. Alright. And Zura, yes, I do it purely for farms. Makes sense. I haven't utilized that, and then I'm having trouble feeding those. You may have noticed. So perhaps that's something that I could try to do. Alright, so 4 on wood at the moment of 14 villagers. Oh yeah, so the house builder went to and get rid of the forest, and then we have these still 6 on the town center and now 4 on the berry bushes. Okay, it's not like I'm going to remember all these, but and then house, well, at least we don't get housed if we do it like this. And then we now have 12 on food. Borlur, not perfect, but very good, of course. Nice micros there, like small clicks. This must be really pleasant seeing 1k or 150 elo player commentating your play and giving solid advice how you should do it. And then 1 hour later, dying to a horde of elephants that they never saw coming. Okay, now I'm probably missing something. Zura, yes, boiler was one of the small mistakes I mentioned. Yes, you should see, like, we are not going to show it on stream again, but you can watch the recording when I played, or you also have a recording of this game. So yes, just so you know where I'm coming from. And Zura was late on that. Alright, yeah, okay. So you could have lured the boar in a while earlier. Because now you were forced... No, but you're still saving the other sheep, so you're still... Alright, yeah, because you lost... you had some idle time, and then the villagers moved towards the boar. And 5 seconds earlier would have been very good. So we are talking about real small margins. I'm not able to pull that off. So, but glad to witness even non-perfect play. And still 5 on berries, 5 on food, 5 on wood. As we can see here, a nice lumber camp utilization, and everyone has enough room to move. That's very good. We could try to practice that as well. And on we go. 2 on gold is probably worth mentioning. So we are feudal age with 22 villagers. And Zura, I try to do it perfectly even if I do have sheep, for example, because for archer rush it needs to be perfect, so I practice whenever I can. Yeah, and that makes sense. Like, this is a safe space to practice, especially like practice games, but also arena, where you don't have to... there's no one laming. I don't know if that happens on 1.3k on Arabia, for example. On Socotra probably, but that's a different beast in any case. But like this is where you should be able to practice your eco to a perfection. Deer are close and all. And Zura, to make it more clear, you definitely need to take boars and deer first if you want good archers at 18 pop or so. Sheep are too slow to gather from. Yes, and I agree. The boar thing was perhaps due to the commentary thing and discussion, due to all this dialogue that we had. I just realized at some stage that not only have we had idle TC time of minute, over like more than minute, more than you at this stage, but also that we haven't pushed the deer, we haven't fetched any boars under the TC as of yet. That okay, well this is going to be I could have taken that as a practice for being lamed, a practice game. That alright, let's play like we didn't have any boars to gather food from, and then what do we do? But that explains a few seconds of my uptime. But especially on arena, when you have the deer so close, and we don't even have to scout the sheep early if we are not using them. Like I'm thinking that perhaps I could try to open by scouting just enough to find the deer, then push those, use my sheep if I have one or two still alive while waiting for the deer, to scout the boars, and then after I have pushed all the deer, then find the sheep, then use them to scout if I still want to support the scout play. But then I wouldn't have to use the sheeps for too long, which is basically what you did. You just had your sheep really fast as well. Because for all of you who may not know, the resources have different gathering rates. So stone is slower than gold, for example, and different animals in this case have different gathering rates, and the hunt boars and deer and similar animals are fastest, if I'm not wrong, way to gather any resource, and that's why you will want to try to prioritize those, since they are the most efficient way to get to the amount of food that you want. I'll have to go back a bit, since we are here trying to learn, and all of a sudden we see a market and a blacksmith appearing. It's because of all this talk. And the berry bushes are, if I'm not wrong, they are one of the slowest source of food. Farms are probably even slower than that. So you will want to utilize those. Well, berry bushes are free, so you will want to use them for that reason, because right now we wouldn't be able to create too many farms, but still you don't want to prioritize berry bushes over hunt if you have the option to do otherwise. Alright, but here's where we lost focus. So we have 2 on gold, 22 villager up, and all of a sudden feudal age appears, and right after that, now that we have no extra buildings, just enough houses to be able to add 2 more villagers, and right away 2 people building the market and 1 building the blacksmith, so we would have the buildings to click onto the next age. Now, do we also get double bit axe? No, because we want to prioritize this castle up time, and it's only going to take few seconds extra to get. Alright. Whereas we did have this very economical approach. We were playing the long game. So just as soon as the map was mined empty from all the gold. Okay, well, but we had something going on here. Now, of course, this, like, if I am able to get this far, then this is there's more room to play around at this stage. Oh, well, depends. If I want to do a castle drop or whatever, it's going to require from my part that I follow some sort of plan. But even getting the castle aids first would be a neat thing, because this is something that I think that very many people have been practicing, so that they would have this quite confident early game, the first 10-15 minutes. 2 farms now. Okay, so few straggles. That's also what I do, and I usually, if I'm unsure what to do with my villages, I set the gathering point from town center to a straggler, and then create farms as soon as I have time to, and perhaps wood to do that, or if I get some other ideas. Monastery to compete for the relics. Even rushed monastery, perhaps due to all the talk we had on voice. And this shows the amount of respect that I got. That I'm going to have a very clever build happening since I'm still on feudal age, so better prepare. Okay, 2 people have been collecting gold, and this is more like, I don't know if you had a clear plan at this stage, if you are still following Zura. Perhaps you can comment on that. It would probably have also made sense to try to utilize the voice while we had that, but like, how much of this is just improvising at this stage? Here's the scout and the monk, and my scout's line of sight wasn't large enough, even though I was patrolling between these locations. So very good movement by the monk, saved you the relic. And Zura, at this point, Castle Age, I just decided to do whatever I'd think of, no clear plan. Yeah, well, sounds like my game plan as well. And of course it helps, as we discussed earlier, it helps if you have multiple plans to choose from and you have this intuitive feel that perhaps something along this line, let's send this handful of villagers to gather stone. But this shows that you can get the stone quite fast. Now, you didn't add additional town centers right away. We're only getting second one now with 1 villager. But still, since you were on Castle Age and I was still thinking about doing stuff to get me to the next age, I can understand this slow approach, like doing multiple things and just relaxing, because there shouldn't be too much of a rush. since I wasn't humans or anything, so there is very little chance that I'm going to suddenly appear to threaten you in any way. Perhaps if I had sent forward villagers here and you hadn't built your town center right next to the weak spot, that could have been a way to surprise you 30 minutes in game, but that I couldn't scout or didn't scout. I don't think the line of sight was large enough for me on feudal age to even notice that this was this thin. Excuse me. But alright, so 6 villagers under the town center collecting hunt preferably should be enough to keep up with consistent villager production, and at least that's a very easy take. 3 on wood, and then the berry bush gatherers, 5 in total in the end, and one of the house builders was the 4th, and was it perhaps 5th, or am I mixing things now? Woodcutter here, and 22 villager pop up. At least those are some guidelines to follow. And let's see. Dun dun. And feel free to correct me if I'm saying something totally wrong. Now, luckily for us, this wall enforcing only happened on this side. This is not quite nice front of the base. Ours is probably, well, this is quite similar, but not too open for aggression in any case. But if we had driven around with our siege tower here, and you would have had a castle here, few extra houses here, that would have been a terrible bummer. Spoiler alert. But is there a reason that you didn't go out and fetch the relics? Was this just like too time consuming that you didn't have time to do that, or all the talk about archers made you wary to move out? Oh, and there was this scout seeing the very aggressive and dangerous looking army wandering here. And you already have enough stone for a couple of castles. And it's just thinking that had I made it a more high priority to get to a castle and try to make it aggressive one, could have I stopped this somehow? But no. Or could have I even have competed with the castle? But the answer is no. Had you seen a castle foundation like this, you would have rushed the castle of yours in a few seconds probably. And there's the imp. Nice amount of farms already. I don't know if I ever... Well, I hopefully got to 40 farms at some point, but this looks a really tough game. Even if I had a plan and had a late game economical bonuses. Oh, siege tower was visible here. But did you notice it then? You had a chance, so... But quite nice line of sight you have there. Dun dun dun, na 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 na. Hello, hello. And I also spent a few seconds hanging around. So perhaps the answer is no, that was not too visible. And then here I was like, having ballistics would be really nice if we are ever, like, I don't know if we could have afforded that at that stage, since we are a bit late with the siege tower, but we would also need to find enough time to do all the clicking. But when we have escaping villagers, then it would make sense to try to... Nice micro here, I'm not giving it enough honor by hiding it behind those texts. But very promptly defended, that one. But idle, let's, since this was our perhaps only good no, it was the most best thing we could pull off during this match, so I'm eager to see how much idle time. And so we have 13.5 minutes of idle TC time at this stage. Resources collected 25k. I'm not going to remember these numbers. Worker efficiency 77.7 almost. So now we are... Oh, we are going the wrong way. I was very curious why the idle TC time went down. So it's interesting to see how many minutes there was, if there was minutes to begin with. So 13.5 minutes. You have enough food to produce if you wanted to. Worker efficiency is no longer 77.6. So all of a sudden that's 4 minutes of idle TC time. The eco still rolls, so like we are still way behind on resources collected, and we are not perhaps utilizing those to the best extent. But it's still 18 villagers that are hiding just in case, so that the nearby farms wouldn't be affected and the woodline here. But we got of course lucky that the things were positioned like this, that there was no, not every woodcutter was behind that town center, for example. So lucky strike on that part. But still 7 minutes of idle TC time, probably due to the fact that in the middle of all this chaos it takes extra clicks to remember to queue villagers, because we are going to see more than 84 villagers during the game. Okay, well that actually underlines the point that this might be a usable, or when combined with a better build from the get-go, this could achieve results that would then... Oh, the line of sight is very admirable. I'll have to remember not to drop things. It's just like 10 tiles from the walls, for example. Depends on the opponent's playstyle and if their civilization gets these line of sight visibility bonuses. town watches gets researched, so for the town patrol, but it's still quite nice range that you can cover with just buildings if you happen to research those from the town center. And here's the next wave, and now we don't expect to get too much, and already the worker efficiency is back to, and it's better than it was before. And we even, well, we had 2 is the idle, no, the eco kill death ratio 2 to 0, so not quite enough to actually make a dent. But if we had played, since we have been, there has been no aggressive moves towards our base so far, since Zura built defensive castle, and now we have a castle of our own to protect things as well. We should be having times of our lives booming, and surprisingly we are quite close with villager numbers. We just haven't had those for very long, and that's why the resources collected. We are lacking the upgrades too, as you can see here. So we don't have the resources to use to make this push more potent, for example, thanks to the fact that Zura played this in a friendly fashion. But what should have, since our idle TC time should be closer to 0 minutes, and not as much or more than our opponent has. And worker efficiency likewise, because the only inefficiency basically that was forced to us was the walk to this forward base. Also we could have built an outpost or 2 just in case, but to get some visibility of our own, to see that there is this cavalry play happening. But now we are floating 2000 foot, haven't queued a single villager, which is quite common story for us. So even though I occasionally remember to do something, they still get produced too fast to my liking. Just like that, 1, 2, 3, and then we wait. But that's basically a point where with the unique technology that we got later on, that would allow our farmers to also gather gold. We could have tried to enforce our position. We could have built, if we had witnessed that there's this Hussar build-up happening. Soon there's 50 on field. We could have dropped 5-10 barracks and produced halberdier to hard counter those, even if they were backed by archers. And also I could have tried to collect stone instead of gold to get another castle somewhere if I really wanted to contest this area. Now, cavalry archers, really valiant play, but not too good, I'd say. Our play here was to produce some units slowly and then try to cut through the forest, but we didn't manage to do too much with that. And right now we could have already, like, had this not been a friendly match, Zura would have wiped us out from the map already, I reckon, even though we have 22 army. So they are pop capped, we are only 70 units away from that, and that's where having, for example, these barracks or any production buildings would have helped. I'm only just now thinking about adding those, while we are floating several thousand of various resources. And here's the tower that was forced by this single cavalry archer that was supposed to scout and not kill, but kill he did. But luckily we did have this. We only faced one elephant, and few minutes in we were able to utilize the monk. But so basically, the good thing here is that given all this time, 45 minutes and counting, that we have had to safely build our base, we have managed to build 115 villagers. Could still be 20 more, just to give us enough resources to spend non-stop. But here we can tell that from my experience that we are not aware. I could have focused on the trebuchet that was actually shooting things, but well, this was still very nice chase. That spending 15 seconds planning all these production buildings would be very much worth it, because now even after this this combat that we had, this engagement, Zura only lost a few of their army and are quite fast to replenish their forces, whereas we are still at only under 140 units, and the few units that we were able to create, like this onager and cannon, don't really work very good against this next wave of hussar. So since we still had villagers alive, it would have made sense to react to that. But okay, they are sending a wave of light cavalry our way. Could we perhaps create some hussar? No, not hussar, but halberdier to get some meat shield. So those sort of things we are trying to practice here, because now we weren't really able to contest, and that's not ever going to happen, or it's going to take a while. Like, I don't think we have too many buildings here or anything. Houses, yes, few cavalry units of our own. Researching pikemen only now, and so forth. Even though we have plenty of resources, and we also have quite many villagers, so we could have very easily utilized 10 or 15 of them, build these production buildings here to give us some more room and area control, and so that we would have been prepared for the wave that was going to happen eventually. Now Zura was of course floating resources as well, as this was a friendly game, but had we played this to a perfection, we would have tried to counter with more force. We are still at 140 pop, mostly villagers. Very common story. And this is where I think that I'm more often than not, if I'm able to delay the inevitable when it comes to arena, this is where I'm losing. And now I'm only just creating these stables, since I'm thinking that I have enough resources to create paladins, loads of them. It's time to build these production buildings, but I would have had 15 minutes to do that already. So the plan that we set out to do was have this archer play on my part, of course, and then have this mighty class of armies later on. But when the time was for our armies to collide, here's the paladin. very important upgrade at this stage. I was very ill prepared for that, despite all the talk and all the planning, as we may be able to witness shortly. In just a second, I'll verify. If my attention is required elsewhere, and the answer is more or less no, but thanks for asking. Hope you have different answers in front of you if you ever wondered the very same question. And even just now, too many stables, too few barracks. Oh well, we could have also tried to secure the gold. Well, I enjoy the fact that Zura, you gave us time to try to think the problem through. It took like 20 minutes more than it should have to reach pop cap. We are only a little shy of 30 units from there, but eventually we are going to get there, and we are creating wrong units, or at least not too good units, and even moving out with when we have not yet amassed all the units that we planned to. Okay, well that looks more like that. But basically, and here when we are fighting, we are not using our whole force, so that also would have been a clever thing to do. And now that we don't notice that there's this second wave, or this flank, that's causing some havoc in our base. We showed our trebuchets, but then wisely run away with those. And now we are still pop capped for some time, but then we are not going to recover from that loss, even if we might manage to get this like good initial cleanup for a while. We are still 5,000 gold behind. Not enough farmers, you see. And losing some unnecessary units there. And now if I had a full, like, there's 3 halberdier and 10 coming, but if I had 20 of them, then perhaps we could have stopped the elephants for a while at least. Instead, I don't think we ever managed to kill those 8, all of the 8 that are now standing, before the reinforcements arrive. So also the, like, combat wise, creating, throwing paladins and hussar at the elephants was not a very good play. Now we have queued 33 halberdier, but we only have 3 barracks here. I don't know if this one here is producing, but if we had 10 of them, that would have been nice. Zura, instead of all those stables, if you had barracks, we would have seen very interesting result, I think. Yes, I think that, yes. At least my current assumption is that I would have lost very many halberdier in the battle, but before the reinforcements arrived, I should have been able to secure this position for a while, and then perhaps saved the trebuchets and would have had like the slight initiative. On Zura, at the very least you'd force me to resort to more archers and slowly deplete my stockpiled gold. Yes. Yes, instead I wasted my gold units on your better suited gold units, and the counter units that I could have created were only slowly joining the battle and were almost always outnumbered, except for in this very particular small case that I'm highlighting here. So like this is from the game sense point of view, seeing that you are only making cavalry should have instantly and it's something that happened here. Like, so this was no news, but it should have given me the thought that okay, well, let's stick to halberdier, since we know that you have buildings to produce those cavalry from, and we could have also checked the armors and other upgrades to see if it's likely that you will continue that way, even without seeing too many elephants, for example. Like this is the response that could have happened after seeing your hussar getting to 50 halberdier. I don't know where they all are, but we have 23 here and boom. Alright, yeah, they are cute. Okay, so 25 halberdier and 50 cute. That would be like, even if you could have played around that with your trash bows, only wood costing crossbows, and that would have been like a sort of dull play. It would have given me a chance to play on, whereas now I'm in a very dire position. My army is ill positioned. I'm not utilizing my stone. I don't have the trebuchets anymore, and you have the initiative to decide where to fight, even if I'm trying to raid here. Eco kills 27 to 13. Very important. Very important. But now this is like, had I invested to, well, 68 elephants, so I would have needed quite a few barracks spread all around the map so that they wouldn't be destroyed instantly, and perhaps 10 monks to support at least them too. I don't think this death ball is something that can be stopped very easily, but earlier, and now you are only utilizing the relic gold. Since I had now this 40 villager lead before this breach happened, had I used the right counter units, we could have had an interesting, or at least more interesting, late game. So you are right. Short answer. So it's more or less like not only making the right decisions or calls, but also acting on them and like committing. Like I could have dropped all the hussar production, for example, or like made it that a minor priority. That okay, let's try to raid at some point, but just build 10 or 20 barracks, a few monasteries, just to scare you off a bit perhaps, and try to win us enough time for the cold stockpile of yours to wear down, and also for our cold gathering farmers, these vineyard farms, to give us a chance to again utilize paladin, for example, to then harass your support units, trebuchets, all those things that we can't kill with these halberdier. Zura, or maybe when you added 3 barracks on the right side, you could have gone for more, because you definitely had wood and food for serious halb spam. Yes. Yes, so it was really neat thing to do, like, but if all these tables were barracks, like even now, this, I've lost the eco and initiative and all, but it would have been more sensible looking thing had I been producing 1,000 halberdier from over like a dozen or so barracks and using the Flemish Revolution to support that, just to have a fighting chance. But then I should have gotten to 200 pop army quite easily, for example. Zura, and this is after the whole first class of elephants. So what I mean to say is, you saw what needed to be done and didn't commit enough to it. Yes. Yes. I saw it and perhaps got solid advice from a friend as well, that I wonder what kind of unit might help here, and still we have this very weak effort trying to actually come back to this game. And now, since we don't have enough barracks, we have enough wood, sorry. So we had all this time to create, like, even if we had to build the barracks here on the back of our base, we could have done that, but we didn't. So I can't say for sure that lesson learned, but the fact that you stick to this cavalry play and powerful elephants especially at least has a chance of letting me form a long-lasting memory about the situation where I thought about the correct moves but actually didn't commit to them. Likewise we had yesterday with the battle elephants, and the only thing missing was getting some gold by selling food, for example, as you advised back then. This is also a very nice way to spend your time. Alright, but the game is almost over at this stage, even if we spent a few days talking about that. Let's see if we can actually fasten this now. Yes, what a beauty. But very nice. And we are still more or less pop capped. So, but this is where the game officially ended. Even if I was still doing my best to see any comeback mechanisms. We even have defenders in case any raids land our precious farms. And few idle villagers here thinking about their lives. But yes, so not only getting the game sense, like knowing what's happening, like I could have and should have scouted the elephant play and not thinking, and not just think that that was an odd elephant that I saw earlier. Because we also saw those hussar, and reacting to that okay, if it is going to be elephants, for example, then we need to prepare for that. And the worst case is that we create 100 halberdier that's then countered by trash bows or something of that sort, and we have wasted several thousand, 5 to 10,000 perhaps resources, but still that would be food and wood, so no harm done in a sense, unless you happen to create like 50 skirmishers that killed all of them and then the elephants ran freely through. But like what I'm trying to form here is that it would still be a very good to be able to commit and fulfill this strategy or tactic chains, even if we were then outmaneuvered or cleverly outplayed by a valiant opponent who decided that okay, this is the correct time to add skirmishers or something else, hand cannoneers or something to counter our only halberdier army, for example. Now we tried to be clever with our cavalry and didn't produce enough and lost without slowing down our opponent for a while, but that was basically that. So a really brave fight took place, but it was also a sensible one, non-sensible one. Right, alright. What have we here then? Nice statistics. Zura winning on all fronts as he should. Congratulations. Kill death ratio yet again leaves something to be improved on conversions even. Army high, I don't remember when we had army of 100 last time. Could have been few years. I may be lying, not necessarily, but during the last few weeks I don't think we have seen too much of that. Yes, build orders show their strengths, and this is the one of the little things that we can be proud about, having villager high of almost 130. Since the few arena games that have gone to post-imperial age, I have usually had villager number of 100 perhaps on the max, whereas my opponent has reached 130 or 140 villagers at the height of their empire's glory. And then we have been just outspent, basically. We may have made wrong decisions along the way, but eventually we were bankrupt and lost due to that. And here you can see that we have spent quite a few actions, like clicking, constantly doing stuff, and still somehow we lost. So very curious thing, very curious thing. How is this possible? What kind of great mastermind must we have faced to not be able to do what Mickey Mouse might have done in old comics at least, and try to be more swift than our opponent, escape the death and trouble that we may face. Alright. But thank you for this game, but also for the rewatch. I'm not going to witness the roam of elephants, since it's still going to take a few minutes. Instead, what we are trying to do now is to find ourselves. Do we have like really nice split micro 19.5k HP, so this is the last thing we're going to do. And so what we had was 19.7. Tan tan ta. Castle firing, and oh, I reckon that was quite good dancing, even if you took a few hits, but with that sort of mass it's well, and goes to show how strong a unit elite war elephant is, with armor of a 7, pierce armor of 7 at this point. Nice showcase. So that's what we are trying to do when we reach late imperial age with our Persians later on, perhaps in the next match. Okay, what I'm trying to do here is to stop this game, right? And see what happens on the capture ages side. Just a moment, and find a match there, perhaps like this, and we also have camera in place, so everything should be in order. Well, let's hope for Arena and not act surprised when we get Socotra. Because we have been practicing. Okay, well, MegaRandom, this could still be an arena type of map. Who knows? And perhaps, like, I don't know how much the game should change, like the early game. What sort of things would be required for MegaRandom to become what Arabia is now? Like, would it need more scouting units or something? Oh, and it's Nomad. Of all the possible... Oh, we could have just clicked the idle. And we have a few... Okay. This is how we're going to proceed. So we have stone just close enough for our liking. Ooh, and we get this Socotra type of matchup as well. Because I'm thinking that since MegaRandom is such a fun map, what would be the changes required for the early Dark Age, for example, to make it actually playable? Because one of the problems with MegaRandom is that you can't really know how the map is going to play out based on the first seconds of the game, whereas on Arabia you instantly get some idea what might happen. Perhaps we could try to find out whether there is water, for example. And since I personally enjoy MegaRandom very much, I'm thinking that yes, and we are Huns. Oh, and in the previous, not necessarily previous, but a few patches ago, Huns got this horse for free on Nomad as soon as they got their... Ooh, we lost a sheep. And another one. Oh, no, that was the villager, yes. So we may have only lost a sheep or two, perhaps. So let's see if we are skillful enough to utilize that. So we didn't have to send the sheep away for scouting if we had witnessed. Good luck, have fun. Yes, and they can collect sheep. I didn't realize that. Okay, back we go. Dun dun dun. No. Ah, well, that was probably my mistake. So this should give us a huge lead on this map. Huns against Saracens. Being able to collect as many sheep as we wish, knowing that our opponent can't do that without resorting to some villager perhaps you really move here. Villager idle time. So we are surrounded by forests. Is that correct? Looks like that. And the sheep just keep on coming. Dun dun dun. Some idle time it seems. But do we have mistakes or problems on our computer or on our end? And we don't even need houses since we are. What a great game. Since we are Huns. I don't know if that was accidental, trying to steal the sheep. But the delay is something that leaves room for improvement. Is it because of us or due to our opponent? I'll check a few things as we go. Since it seems that we may have few things stealing resources. Dun dun dun. Let's see. Dun dun, what else do we have here? Do, do, do. I'll try to adjust these settings just a bit. Do we need? Oh, but we can't. Then we don't do that. We will just enjoy the game and hope that it settles. But please do let me know if the stream quality drops, or if you can't make sense out of my speech, for example. We are a bit late to advance to the next age, but there's a lumber camp there. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Let's hope for the best and see how this goes. And I'm fearing that we are getting some lag or other impurities that we don't like too much. That's what I'm constantly afraid of. Just a few farms to show that we care, even though we still have this boars, for example, that we could have been harvesting. So our build was a bit suboptimal, but at least now things look a bit better from my point of view. So let's hope that that is the case. And up we go. Alright. And please do let me know if we are facing a severe problem of any sorts. If we try to get away with that, we could see what happens. Saracens we are facing. And where is our horsey? There's no stone on the map, no. Unless there's a like this wood line and then after that something. But what we could try to do now knowing what we do is that we could try again with the archery play, and then a few extra villagers there. Good idea. Ooh, they also have archery range and a stable right next to us. And a blacksmith, so we could try to react to that by creating we could try to do a rather fast castle age. So we could try to do cavalry, of course, but let's do a few extra villagers if we have a chance. Oh, we can't get the wood cutting upgrade since we don't have a lumber camp as of yet. And we will create a few of these archers just to harass our opponent, who is also doing the same. So what do they have there? Fletching, okay. And let's go in and see if they follow. Alright, but if that is the case, then we don't necessarily want to. Let's get back to work. We don't need wood or anything, we need just some gold. So back you go, please. And then you can go here. Let's get it like this. And reach out for the castle age. So they have 4 archers, which pose us basically no threat. Let's see if they look out for our lumber camps later on. They will probably do that. I should be watching here, but I don't think it makes too much of a difference. Right, and then we can move here with these villagers. Da 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 da. So they have created a handful of villagers, handful of archers, yes, if that makes sense, and we are more or less safe, I'd like to say. So what we could try to do is create a stable as soon as we are ready to do that. Just like this, and then few knights should be enough to secure our position, and we should be able to do that with the help of these ooh, now what are you trying to do here is not very nice. Okay, let's run away then. And the knight can come here and rescue ourselves from those. So they think they have this game, but they don't. All we need is some extra some extra. No, town centers is the word I'm thinking. Alright, just a few knights should be enough, and then we can send our archers finally to their wood line and see what happens. We have an armor for our knights, so we should be able to take these fights with ease. Of course, I was a bit wrong on that front. Ooh, and they already have some defenses. Okay, hello. So they have been playing better than I anticipated. Let's see if we can make that happen. We have been neglecting our eco building, just like we were not supposed to do. A few extra villagers here or there. Why not? Okay, well, we have ourselves a game. There's a gate. They have pikemen already. I don't know if we care too much about that, but we do want to get a market quite soon. So perhaps the town center here to secure ourselves an access to wood and few extra knights. Perhaps the second upgrade as well. We can target the pikemen, see if we are ever able to hit. How come they lost none? Well, good for them. Okay, they lost one. Good. Then switching the angle of attack, and then we should be able to... Oh, but do we want to? Let's think about this for a while. And then back they come. And just like that, they should lose most of their armies. Okay, well, that was good for us. Have we been here idling for long? Perhaps. Oh, no, 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 no. Dun, dun, dun. And few extra victims to help our case, hopefully. And perhaps now we could try to see what they're doing here. Building a monastery. Too bad it's going to be denied for now. Run away! So the only unit we basically need is skirmisher. So let's create a few of those, just to give our opponent the idea that we respect their choices when it comes to units. That's perhaps a bit daring move. And then farm it is, and an additional farm would be nice. Oh, well, you've been here for quite some time probably. And let's kill the boar and then start a serious farming business. I displayed that order. Dun, 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 dun. Nice game we have. Okay, so we have a plenty of gold, but not much else. Market would be nice. So let's do that and try to buy ourselves a castle, if possible. We still have some edge, so scouting, but it may not be long lasting. And we are lacking this very serious. Zura, buy food and amass more knights. Yeah, that sounds like a nice play. And just a moment. I'll add a few farms to suit our needs, and then another stable to make things more quick, and to get ourselves a chance to also do some upgrades if we want to. Such as bloodlines, for example. Where's our market? So I could, what's this? Like, how dare they? Like, we want nothing bad for them, and how do they react to our bleeds? Okay, so let's kill the monks if we have a chance to. We actually didn't, but oh, this was a terrible run through. No worries, we still got the game. Some more knights. What's the button for that? I could leave a few here and then move to the further one. Buy some stone. And then more knights. Did someone say that? Few scout cavalries, perhaps. And then let's see what happens. Because we don't actually need that. Gets us waiting for our opponent to make an error, as is often the case. Few farms here and there. Enjoying our lives. But of course, another thing we could be doing is switching their focus. Because why attack head straight when we can just go through their walls? Took me a while to realize, but they are also like, I'm glad that they did that, but let's see if we have a chance to prevent it from. Okay, let's see if we also have a chance to kill all those puny pikemen. Dun dun. Hello? Now we might be losing a few of our knights, but I think this is still a quite good trade for us. Okay, so they managed to get the castle up. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Just passing. I should have paid more attention to that, but they might have still lost a few units in the process, I reckon. And that's all we asked for. Especially since the castle is giving them very little currently. They do think that they have it, that they have better position than they actually do. Psychological, but also might give them a chance to get back to the game. Let's see. Few rams. Now they have all our very pleasant knights. Where is our what's the word for that now? Let's try to improve our defenses a bit. We can't save that, but oh, we also have this horse still. Let's see what they have here. Dum dum dum. Mamelukes. More knights, why not? There's stone walls here, but few extra farms to support our cause. And let's move those here. I was slow to react to the fact that we lost those. But let's see if this works, since we are still floating quite much food. Food is not correct. Do we have time to make this happen? Not quite. Oh, we already... Okay, well that's our devotion monastery then. One monk and devotion on the way. Dum 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 dum. This knight has been... Ooh, and this one's true. Okay, so what do they have here? Few farms, that's nice, okay. And now they are again splitting their focus a bit. Losing the ram. Eventually, thank you. And I said more knights, but we didn't produce, but it's just a question of time that we would produce those. Or Q-toes. Yeah, let's have a look at their base here. I don't think they have too much going on for them, besides the fact that they have a few knights. And we could try to diminish their numbers a bit here. Goodbye. And we could try to send... Ooh, but we are lacking coal, and there's also somehow extra aggression happening here. So one monk down. We only have some gold, okay. And Mamelukes are quite tough, but not tough enough. Tougher than we would like, sure, but still. Okay, few light cavalry. There's the Imperial Age. Should we perhaps build a market? Number 2. Yes, we should. Let's see if we have enough numbers to make this work for our advantage. Okay, and in we go. Now they should be forced to react to this. Okay, a few Mamelukes, too bad. And just like that, the push should be dead. Now, we have lost a few things in the process, I admit that. And we have forgotten to create more units, but that's not too bad. So the map control they have. Let's see how things are looking over here. I still think this is a close one. More farms, why not? So they are probably taking their units now. Pikemen, yes, Mameluke still. More stables, camels, okay. But I don't think they have too many villages, for example. Ooh, what's here? What do we see here? Na 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 na. And if we create just a few skirmishers, Not that it's the power unit, but still. And perhaps gold mining camp. Well, we may have lost a few units here and there, and perhaps gave away our initiative. Let's see if we still have enough going for us to fight this back. So camel we can see, right? Those we don't want to fight probably. Those we can fight. We can probably try to create extra archer range for here example. It's a very good spot for that. And then garrison just a few of our villagers. Now we are a bit all over the place, but for a good reason. And this might be what makes the game for them, but then again it might not be as well. Dun 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 dun. Okay, build that, carry on with that. We still have quite a good number of things going our way, even if our opponent is trebuching us down. That's bad. Binny, going to post your channel in my AOE2 community. Hopefully it helps with followers. Well, Binny, I appreciate it as always. Thank you very much. And just watch this beauty. Like, what is there not to like? So you are making them a service by spreading the word about this clever way to lose on MegaRandom Huns versus Saracens, which is probably a very tough matchup. But I'm of course speechless. Thanks for the support. As I mentioned earlier, this the first. Okay, well, what can we still do? We can create, like, postpone this game just a bit to create a few pikemen, for example, just for the sake of enjoying the game for some extra minutes, if we have a chance for that. Might be that we don't, but it would be stupid not to create any of those. And Vinny, having a nice stream and good. Yes, so as I was trying to say, that I said earlier, that the last couple of weeks, now that I started this ladder thing and straight away started streaming, that was a very good idea. So could be that I gameplay wise I could make some better decisions perhaps, if I wasn't focusing on performing on stream as well. But I've made new friends. Can you imagine? Over the internet in such a short time. And I've also had fun in a way that I don't think I would have had I just started grinding this ladder thing all by myself. And thinking that perhaps once I reach 1.5 or adjusting that a bit, 1.3 or 2, then I can start the streaming thing. Perhaps then this would be an entertainment worth watching and worth creating. So I repeat my recommendation, while we call it quits. If someone is thinking about starting streaming, please do start right away. Just go make it happen. It isn't too hard. It can be complicated at times and you may face technical difficulties, but still life can surprise you in so many ways when you appear to the crowds And if there are people who aren't playing and aren't thinking about streaming, please start doing both. That would be my advice. But then again, I'm a player with 100 no 900 elo, still 900 perhaps even after this game, so your mileage may vary, but streaming today and in the past has been a blast. Thanks for asking. Now the thing we are trying to do here is follow our very good friends Zura's advice and think at 10 minutes and 15 minutes mark if I could be either one of these players or these civilizations representatives, leaders, which one should have won at that stage and why. Now we have a few things that we have been trying to improve with during the days. For example, getting a large army and not throwing it away. That I felt we did with our knights against handful of bikes, for example. We could have utilized those better. And because once we got to the eco of our opponent, we were able to do damage. So as soon as we lost those and were forced to start from anew, we were in a bad position. But icanmaketoast did know how to boom, so kudos to them. I thought we had a chance, but actually they had played or positioned themselves in a rather nice fashion, because we weren't in as good a position as I thought. I thought, or like at this stage, I think that had we been able to prevent the castle from happening, which we almost did, but then lost focus trying to do too many things at the same time, that would have allowed us to stay with an edge, because at least I felt like we had an edge coming to castle aids when our opponent had just icanmaketoast had just harassed our eco with few archers, spearmen, skirmishers, and we were slower to do that, and then decided against adding more army, and then that caused some idle time for us, sure, but perhaps we will have a chance to also verify that. We could have fetched these those boars that we were aware of. Just nomad start, second time we have played nomad type of map, both of them MegaRandom. I'm not blaming myself not being too up to the task with that. But what I was trying to say was that I felt that feudal age went in our favor, more or less. Now here, we just got this boar, but I'm adding farms just in case. Like small things here and there. But now we will have a chance to see whether since our worker efficiency isn't too good, even now, our TC idle time is very good on in my standards, but I felt that icanmaketoast didn't do too much damage to us with the archers, but I may be wrong, because there has been a game or two where I've been thinking that we have very little, well, at least we forgot to produce villagers, so that's something that happened right away. And now we were able to click up. So our worker efficiency isn't too good, but these people were also idle for a very long time. Idle TC sometime years, and then we are walking back and forth with these units. And to be fair, they didn't spend too much as of yet. Now they are still adding archers, but and we created 2 archers that we didn't utilize. I could have sent these in like now, for example, but we only moved them a bit. But that would have forced a reaction since they weren't still walled, and and perhaps they would have created a few more units. Okay, but now, so the castle age is in. We were faster by a few seconds, and we have shown a few knights. We have armor upgrade for those. Based on everything we have seen, we could have very easily tried to go for elite skirmishers to snipe those early spearmen. It would have cost very little for us. We are, although we are a bit late to add farms, and we are trying to add more eco through the town centers with only 7 farms, whereas our opponent's already at 14 farms with 1 town center. So they have better setup for knights, for example, than we do, and that's why we are slowly climbing on this idle TC time too. Of course, soon we are going to have 3rd one. It would have made sense in retrospect, since we had this town center here to get to protect the wood and gold, to build this town center here, for example, or here, to also get some more access to gold. Or we could have just walked to the edge of the map where we had our very dear horse and started a 3rd town center there, like our opponent is doing. But here we are losing knights for free, basically. If we only had like 4 skirmishers or 1 skirmisher, they would not have had a chance for that. So I think that at this stage we are few villages ahead. We did not take any eco damage on feudal aids. We were in a good position, and all we had to do, for example, one of the things we could have done, since we had archery range already, and we are researching elite skirmishers, is to create a few skirmishers, so that if we show our knights anywhere, like we did here, we would have skirmishers to fight their counter units away. Like that wouldn't have cost, like with the price of a knight we could have bought 3 skirmishers or so. Oh, and we were quite close noticing this town center happening. Since we I feel that this is one of those games yet again where we make the game rather easy for our opponent. Like if we had a mass of knights, sure, why not? Since all they have is, well, they do have armor upgrade, but and they were able to build this monastery. But even now, 10 skirmishers would be enough. 5 skirmishers would be enough to weaken our opponent, and we were leading on score, and for a short while at least we are still able to have an edge in villager numbers too. So idle TC time 80 minutes, so perhaps 6 farms is not enough. Well, we just had to idle a few because of the mangonel, but or we didn't have to, but we decided to. So I could have created these farms that much sooner once we got this TC up. And the same thing here. Like we don't need more woodcutters, more farms would be the play. if we want to try this. Okay, but now we have a slightly weaker army. No, that was because of the villagers. Slightly stronger army. Of course, they have our the counter units and also monks. But utilizing this army is something that trying to keep them alive is something that we were a bit bad at doing. And here's the play. So trying to get our opponent to move their pikemen as they did, and then destroying the castle here, and also destroying these mangonels. Now we managed to get a few of those, but we were a bit late to the castle, and here's some misclicking as well. Or no, it was because I told the mangonel to attack this villager, yes. So had I instead stayed in control of this mangonel instead of trying to save these knights, for example, we would have been able to shoot those villagers before they were able to finish the castle. So that's where I think the game took a turn in favor of I can make toast, losing 5 more knights than we had to, and we got rid of the mangonels, so the push is dead, very good, but we also gave our opponent chance to get this forward castle, which didn't, like, the damage it does is very little because we only have this blacksmith here, but they therefore got a chance to create their elite units, and it was 650 stone that we could have prevented them from utilizing. So this was a momentum shift, especially since we had this mangonel prepared, so it could have been a really nice doubt castle if we played that moment correctly. But we were close, so at least we were able to, by luck probably, notice the castle and have the counter siege workshop in place, so we had a chance at times. And even now the army numbers aren't too great, so 20 head army for our opponent, but the army that we have is well, it's not 0, but it's not very far off from that. So even now we could still have these skirmishers, for example. We could have invented or invested a little of our wood to anything, product some buildings, or even just to buy some stone and build additional towns in here. Why not? And continue with the boom, because it's now when we are losing the game, I feel like we are still like hanging in there villager wise, for example, but we are starting to take losses. We have been able to kill 13 of them, but 13 of their villages, but they have had such a secure time that it is starting to show. And Zura was out for a bit, so missed some of the game. Monks was great move by the Toastmaster. I think if around minute 30 to 35, so 15 minutes ago, you made some archer ranges and put that wood and gold to use, you would have had better chance. I remember as I was leaving you were getting skirmisher upgrade. Archers were a better choice there, to be honest, but I think you were lacking resources at the time. Yeah, and that's a very good commentary, because I was even just a couple of seconds ago, I was stating that having few skirmishers to support the knights would have made it that much more cost inefficient, or at least much more poor. The combination that I can make toast through at our way and so just having few skirmishers would have been able to reduce the pikeman numbers. But you are right that archers would have also given us this this attacking capability that skirmishers don't have. And we do like our archers, even if we are showing them very little love. But I'm happy to say that you missed very little, since we did everything as we planned. Tried to stick with the knights, lost access to gold, were a little late to the imperial age, lost the boom while trying to do our best on that front. Very late to add any spearman line, even when we witnessed the 20-head cavalry of our opponent approaching our cities. But this is where we were practicing this defensive and perhaps a bit pacifistic approach, which it worked to a point. And here aside, they were scouting with their pikemen, seeing if there's something happening that they are not noticing. But why isn't this guy giving up already? Well, the reason was that I was having fun with my friends, but that they didn't know. They couldn't have known. But still, so we had, I'd say, a very good position for surprisingly long to this game, and adding archers would have been a nice thing. So next time, and what else is there to learn? So I was a bit off when I thought that we have still this eco lead. As soon as they died under our TC and were able to kill 5 to 10 villagers, we were in a bad position, because they succeeded in that once. They probably got the idea that they can carry on doing that, and we also had huge idle TC time due to the fact that we tried to utilize our food with too little farming happening to create knights, instead of utilizing the wood and gold that we had to create archers, for example, because 20 archers could have made that game look a bit different and forced our opponent perhaps to use skirmishers, for example, which wouldn't really matter. They can mass 100 skirmishers and I still would lose the game, of course, but wouldn't fear them as much as 20 or so camels. Alright, but GG, as they say, and let's carry on, since we still have the power, and see whether we reach, since we have been to 1.1 K elo in some distant past a week ago. The race is on to either reach that 1.1 or 0.1, and we can see which happens first. And now just a second, I'll try to work our way to the lobby. Yeah, but thanks for the comments, Zura, as always. And again, once they showed those, no, we are in the right scene. Once they showed those pikemen and the monastery, I could have decided to spend my hard-earned wood and gold to create some clever archery plays. So thanks for the idea, I'm going to steal that in the future, if I remember to do that. Now, of course, we are hoping for an arena, because we have been practicing that. Not all of you will remember that, but our in the past we have had with ill luck on arena, and now with the help of friends we are trying to change that ever so slowly, which is nice because after losing 3 arena games in a row couple of days ago, perhaps, I was hoping that the 4th game wouldn't happen to be arena. I didn't ban it because what's the fun in that, but I was still hoping that we would get something else than arena, due to the fact that we lost 3 different ways and had little little easy remedies at our disposal back then, but it's been days. Zura, wish you good luck for the next game. I'll be off early today. I wish you good night. Thanks for visiting. Thanks for letting me know that as well. And I'll give you a 5-word summary about the game once it's finished, if I manage to keep it that short. Good luck is very, very well needed and luckily also earned, so I'll take that and try to keep it near in case we face any situations such as we did in the last game, where there were just a few decisions that we could have made differently, few clicks and so forth. Zura, better prep for tomorrow's practice match. I'll make sure to give you my best. I'll prepare for that, and I'll try to find some, I don't know how many thousands of clever ways you can play the game, but perhaps I can try to find a second one to top the siege tower rush attempt. Alright, you are free to leave, as you all are. Thanks for today. Thanks for the day. Ah, yes. Alright, Black Forest. We have some coffee in case our enemy walls. Franks against Bohemians. Bohemians should have nice compositions going on in the late game. Franks, of course, with their farms. Yada yada yada. We don't need to scout. No habit. This is the second Black Forest game. Am I right? Could be. And we only have this small corridor passage thing. And does it happen to be that our opponent also has more resources available? No, 4 here, 4 there, yes. They have more ponds. There's a blocked relic. So we could try to dock that if we have enough skills to do it. Zura, see ya. Thanks for wonderful stream. Okay. The reason I installed this really nice camera setup that I'm going to document at some point before it burns down to ashes, so just I'll have something to tell for this insurance company. Was, oh no, all the misclicks, was so that I can blush on stream, so that's what you got. And I didn't, if it doesn't show, it's just due to the lighting. I'm going to arrange that in the future to better suit our needs. This is like, no. This is a great waste that we are doing here. But thanks to Zura and others for making this stream such a wonderful place or event. Not this like this, but well, this Uberx knows. So we will be waiting for their return, for them to return, and let's see if we still have any buffaloes we can try to utilize. And there you go. Ah, so easy. Megafish AOE, hello. Hello to you. I hope the delay is tolerable. I haven't been watching too carefully about my stream quality for the last 2 minutes. But hello indeed, and good to have you here. Don't know if you have been around for long, but like that just goes to show how bad I am. Oops, we are not Huns anymore. At stalking any ordinary layperson would know, but here I am, not knowing whether we have been known to each other for longer than just few seconds. Goodbye. Oh no, they know. It's like here I am trying to be a cute new player, punishing these old cute players, but they know stuff like how to utilize the elevation. Some lag, but that doesn't affect our performance too much. No. Okay, well, you just had to do it, so perhaps it did affect our performance just a bit. But is it just me? Now I'm tempted to verify whether we are still audible, for example. Well, at least a while ago we were, so that's good. So our very clever plan is to utilize that rhino, of course. Can we chop through? Not necessarily. Our opponent didn't seem to be walling, or they did do a bit did do their walls a bit further back. Let's try to make this happen. And a mill. And let's see if we are totally lost. Few extra villagers. We forget about this lure. So, Megafish, if you still happen to be around, what brought you here, or what's your story? Since your nickname has AOE in it, I presume that you are a common, or you know your way around this game series. But does it mean that you especially know your way around AOE2? That happens to be usually the case. I've come to know this. Doubt AOE, for example, and so forth. But since the first game of the series was my... Do we want to save our... No, we don't want to save. Well, what's done is done. That would have been a nice place for a town center, but we will get there later. But so, Albini Bong Baron. Oh hey, fish. Yes, indeed. Now, we know how to play this game. We have been watching the real professionals behave. And Binny, thanks for dropping in. Not sure what that... Oh, that could be for Megafish. Ooh, makes sense. Okay, let's carry on where we left. Hello? And now we could add this very aggressive archery range. This is very important. Let's see what's happening on the other side of the map. Remember to research some vital things such as double mid axe. Yes, we got it all. No worries. No walls? Oh, yes. Okay. So, cutting through there would take eternity. But usually, sometimes, that's how long these games might take. Black Forest and all. So, perhaps we could still try to prepare for that. Should the game last forever otherwise. Okay, yes. Now what we are trying to do here is to make our opponent react to our archers, hopefully. And then if they do, that's very good, because that's going to delay their progression later on. NN Wilma Bumsen. NN, which could mean that they are playing for reals with friends in a clan, or then NN is think could be something else. I'll figure out eventually. Okay, so eating rhinos. So they have a meal there, presumably. Stone walls, so they are aiming for a long game. Clearly. Let's... But then now we can hope that they will spend some... Ooh! Idols. Spend some time trying to secure their base with additional walls behind the ones they had here. Don't know if that's the case, but let's go have a look. While we have this very clever long-term plan. Oh no. I presume that means that they aren't building any towers then. Ooh, we are true. I didn't notice that. If only we had more units. Okay, so there's archery range. That's very good. No, run! Towards the archer. Yes. Then we might want to invest to fletching eventually. But for that we are going to need a building. Oh, we even managed to kill a spearman? Like, is this a dream? Ah, of course we are Franks, so it makes sense that they will expect a few cavalry units reach their city eventually. Okay, but well, this was a... Oh, we... I have forgotten to click on that. Well, doesn't matter. We still have time. Have they not pulled? No. Okay. Okay, now they're focusing here, so we will try to destroy that skirmisher. Run! And now, no. All the dreams. 9 idle things happening. Yes. Do we have? No, we don't. Yes. Okay. Still have the scout. Very good. We are in. So what do we do? I think we could just try to create this stable to harass our opponents a bit. Perhaps. No, 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 no. Just don't you mind. Just passing. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Few scouts, why not? Yes. We could be building a tower too, but that happens in the next episode. If we get that far. Oh no. Faster! Ah. Well, now we are in a good position. Or we may not be, because we are a bit behind on the age advancements and so forth, but we claim that we are in a good position. Pikemen, that's not good. We are maybe losing a few key villagers. Let's run here. You could try to run here. And then there's this extra scout. Yes, run! Okay, good try. And we are just a bit late to make this happen. Okay, run out of fish. No worries, we can always create more. No, we can't. Well, soon we will. Just need some more wood for that. Okay, well, our eco is a bit off, perhaps, but at least we got this nice building. Ooh, still alive. Okay, run! Your friends will rescue you once you reach the forest. No, 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 no. And we should be able to send a few knights that way. Ah. Now this has the messiness that I've understood that is why people play, for example, Raids Forest. More wood. Okay. Few houses while we are at that. Now we may have lost a few units here or there. Dun dun dun. Let's see what's going on here. And then we are going to try this very clever. Oh no. Just like not watching for 15 minutes. And just like that we lose our edge. Inconceivable. Okay, a ram and what's your range? Yes. Let's hope it's still hidden enough from the view. Okay, so now we have a few knights. Let's go there. See if there's anything we can try to make happen. And these traps. Are we actually utilizing any of those? Well, there's the hope, and that's going to take a while. And few knights lost, perhaps, yes. And skirmishers. No, crossbowmen. That's what we need. And then we will need some stone to get to this surprise castle. But we don't. Alright, GG. Now why did they... Oh, no wonder that we lost if they had 10 pikemen there. Why did they resign? Could have been because the forward was enough to cause havoc. I've come to understand, I may be wrong at this, that people enjoy Black Forest because they have a chance to aim for the long game, and with easy walls like this here, they won't be as vulnerable to castle drops, for example. So that's what differentiates this map from Arena, for example. So you have your own base, you have your secure relics if you just manage to wall the middle of the map. And aggressive playstyle, or semi-aggressive, even if bit all over the placey, that we threw at their way is something that is perhaps not too enjoyable to some people. Let's see. Villager high, we may able to squeeze more eco in the end, but let's have a quick look via the capture age if that happens to work for our benefit, just to verify if they had some other things going on for them. But this is also a thing that we discussed earlier with Zura, when he said that while playing on around 1.3, 1.4k elo, sometimes there are games that you get the feeling that like the opponent was very easy to beat, and then sometimes you have these really tough matches where you barely have a chance. Now I'm paraphrasing, so that may not be exactly what they said. Oh, even laming like that? No wonder we were missing resources. So they dare to lame and still only stick with one layer of palisades, without knowing that we will be really very unhappy when we finally find that, oh, we don't have too many of those buffaloes at our disposal. Luckily our build already didn't rely on having those, but still. It felt like they had a clue of how to play the map. But yeah, so after we were able to breach their walls, just a single tile thick palisade walls, I got this tingling game sense idea that perhaps we aren't facing the most potent of opponent, that they may still have a idea how to play the game, but due to our passiveness and the fact that we didn't wall, like their scout is there to show them that if I ever happen to move forward with my villagers to wall this gap, they would be able to at least damage me, perhaps at least unloomed villager they would be able to kill. So that's what they were expecting, and then when the unexpected happened, or the expected didn't happen, that probably threw their game sense off a bit, that okay, well, our opponent doesn't know how to play the game, or how to play this map, at least. And then they were able to relax just a bit. now. I may be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised if people at this level make those kinds of educated guesses. That since there's no villager fight, no walls happening as of yet, then there's probably not going to happen. There's probably not going to be too much action happening at all. But they do know their builds because we both have under a minute of idle TC time, which is very good by my standards when we have played 12 minutes and are even on villages, even though of course I were able to click up or get to the next age a bit faster, but that's like that's not a poor play by any means. Crossing the blacksmith and the market, and then the castle age is happening right after that. But did they have any sort of plan? I don't know why they have the barracks. Perhaps if I had watched this more carefully, I could have noticed the moment when they built that. Perhaps there was a reason. And now adding a second one. I don't know if they... Well, playing against Franks is probably like gives you enough of a hint that it probably doesn't hurt to add a few spearmen, since cavalry is to be expected. Now we were quite slow to react to the fact that we were through, but I'm surprised by the fact that they did this like shy walls, by which I mean that they could have walled me in basically, just since they had the scout there earlier. They could have added walls here or even there to give them more room to retreat if there ever comes a push. But now this reaction was a bit slow. Like we only added more archers after we accidentally got through. I didn't expect that to happen, and that's why I thought that perhaps our opponent wasn't as skillful in this sort of aggression, at least. Don't know if I could play any better, but still. We got a chance to enjoy the hole in the wall for far longer than was needed. Like, these villagers here could have instantly attacked our scout and archer and finished the stone wall. Instead, they have been focusing on getting the well required food for the country, and that cost them the game, or at least it made it that much harder to be able to succeed in winning this game. But even still, like, the good thing was that we did what Bini and other clever chaps would have done, and sneaked a few villagers when we had a gap with which to utilize, or gap with which to utilize, and were able to escape with a few. I didn't spread them around enough, but luckily here we got this short moment where Wilma Bumsen's attention was elsewhere, and this villager was left behind and we were able to build this forward, which achieved very little for us, but gave us this feeling that we can, which was a very important feeling, of course. Now, did they ever see that? There's this villager, yes, and now we are like score-wise, we are still behind at this moment, even though we have 15 more villagers. Kill that ratio is in their favor. We have killed 7 villages and also lost 3 resources collected. Their favor is in their favor. So I thought that I was expecting that at this point, if we are taking like Zura's way of thinking, and if we were to try to apply that here, 25 minutes. Wilma has a score lead, solid standing army of 15 units, mostly pikemen and few skirmishers perhaps, but still scattered around the map a bit, but still only 29 villages, but has enough wood and stone to create more town centers, for example. The stone walls are in place. Oh, but there's this weak piece here. I would think that they'd be in a commanding position. Of course, they can't know what my eco looks behind all this, but usually, like, it can be quite hard to try to keep in. Oh well, and yes, well, they have this visible stable in their eco or in their city, so that's probably something that, like, if you just want to have one good game or have enough time for a few games, then this was a stupid move to move. Like, this was supposed to be my surprise attack angle, and then I used my suicide villager to lead these skirmishers to post right on the other side of the forest I'm trying to preach. Nevertheless, playing when you have a stable in your town is not too fun, so that could have played a factor. Of course, now they could have walled the building in, but I don't know if all the players know that by doing that you can prevent the units from appearing from the building. So it's just a line of palisade walls around the building, and then the units are forced to stay inside until they get a free tile in which they can move. That's how you cancel some laming attempts or well, deny castles from being built further, but that's a different story. So perhaps it was just the fact that we had a few knights killing eco here, and then simultaneously there's this knight harassing villagers here. So they only lost 8 villagers, but that was enough to throw them off their game. Perhaps that was just that. And our surprise push from the top never came into fruition. Well, hope they still enjoyed their game to a degree possible. At least I have to admit that I enjoy playing Black Forest in this fashion. Trying to find some way to fasten the inevitable, even if it may cause some chaos. But here you can tell 5-minute difference in castle time, that they may have some tricks up their sleeves that we are still only slowly practicing and trying to put into action. Luckily we were able to keep on producing units, and of course the fish also helped, even if our fish traps were a bit slow to appear on the map. And could be also looking at the actions per minute, while 69 clicks as a peak is not slow, it's still something per second. So every second there's something happening. It's still something that if there's much action happening all over the map, especially on this early, like during the early minutes when you're still trying to build up your eco and all, it could be overwhelming to a point that it's not fun. That just when you move, like you realize that there's a night raid in your under your towns, and okay, let's move the pikemen there, let's garrison the villages, and then ungarrison the villages, move the pikemen back to the front line, and then you look at your mill and there's another knight, then it might be very understandable that someone might think that okay, well, this is one of those games that are not too fun to play, and it's hard to come back from this, even if we think that by booming, adding a couple of town centers, and not worrying too much about the fact that the wall is breached, could still give Bohemians really nice end game opportunities. I don't know if I would be able to play that, but I can visualize that, so that's at least something. Alright, GG. And let's see, I think we still have time for a game, but after a short break. If you have something better to do, then please follow your hearts and do exactly that, something other thing else. And if you have nothing better to do, or you just very highly enjoy this type of action and commentary, feel free to stick around, and I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. Some decaf coffee is happening. That's very important, so that we would have some cold, refreshing drink at our disposal after the next game is over. But alright, be back in a bit. Thanks. And we are back. Are we back? Let's see. Perhaps if we really put our minds to it, one of these days we might have some entertainment for the for the breaks, so it wouldn't be too boring to just stand still or sit still and wait for the action to actually continue. But that's still in the future. We aren't quite there yet. We have more urgent things. Oh, but we also have... What happened to our neat camera system? So, nothing burned down. But for some reason... Okay, well... So this is going to take a while. But not for long. But until we have all these nice scenes available for us, and background musics and alerts for subscriptions and raids and all those neat things that some larger channels have to offer, we will just have to try to compete with quality in general, if possible. So that's what we are trying to do. Alright, and are we more or less set? Perhaps. We will see that for sure shortly. Hey, do you all fish around? Okay. Referring to Beanie's our old comment. Alright, still audible. That's very, very important because there might be very little to see. But the things we have to tell, the stories, the lessons, those are worth everything. Right. And we should be approaching our 50th game. Was the last one 50th, perhaps? And I'm just trying to do math on stream. And should that be the case, then it's also something that we could try to ponder after the game and while we are queuing, the things we have learned during this time. At least I get the feeling that usually, if not always, the early game that we have at our hands is that much more consistent. We have had quite a few, like I'm watching if there was something that was missing, and I noticed that there are people who have followed. I may have mentioned that, but I haven't done the nice thing of also giving them a follow just in order to to be able to see them online if they ever should they ever stream. So perhaps now I will have the chance to catch some of the followers of ours online. So if there are any of you listening, Strek for example, or Hangazi or Slazinator, there are others as well, that might have been the reason why I haven't noticed your content if you produced some during the last week. If you haven't, now is a good time to start. Okay, Arabia. And we have Vietnamese against Hindustanis. Hindustanis have camels, right? Vietnamese have at least archers. What's wrong with our keyboard? Nothing? Okay. So it was us all along. Let's choose that as the main sheep. But it's nice to be able to notice that there's some improvement in the gameplay already. It's just very like in a way small things as well, but like and if you watch the last game on Black Forest, for example, you may be right to mention that there are still a few hiccups here and there that might benefit from additional care or carefulness, perhaps. But the most important thing is that we are way better in this game than we were 50 games ago, so just a couple of weeks ago. Even if we don't have much elo to show for and not too many. Ooh, how many villages can you fit to a single? Around a single sheep. At least 9. Let's move away a bit. So we still have some sheep left. But perhaps you could be the one to fetch the boar for us. Oh, and the sheep here, right. Welcome to the village. No, this wasn't the greatest lumber camp, but that's the one we decided to go on with, or decided to start with. Ah, fails. The only like tolerable ones. And then oops. No. Misclicks. Well, so I used the wrong keys there. That's what happens when you try to play 3 games a day. And nobody feels for that. But the basic point still remains. That we have gained some confidence and some stableness, if that's a word. Consistency for our gameplay. That's nice. And now where are the deer? I think I'm... I'm not scouting very low here. Alright. Long distance boar. Ooh, perfect lore. I was wrong then. Okay. Just fast meal and up we go. But where are the deer? I can't seem to notice any markings on the minimap, so and up we go. So 20 villager up. Oh, they have been here all along. Well, aren't they? Well, aren't they good players to be able to avoid those arrow fires? Like when I send my scout anywhere, I hardly ever remember to watch where he's going, and it's only when the town bell rings. Oh no, it's not the town bell, but could be when we reach Elo 100. It's town bell again, but the attack sound can be heard. That we realize that right, yes, the scout, yes. Could it be that he is in danger? Could it? Oh no. Well, it wasn't too late to rescue that, but it was too late for us. We were scouted, so let's invest to a loom, just in case. And then the barracks. And then we are going to need some more woodcutters eventually. But let's see if we have a chance to play safe for some extra time. Now, as we get to play Vietnamese, we should be able to see what our where our opponent is located at. So we shouldn't run our scout under the TC, but that's also a very good reason why we don't have to scout them all too well. So we have extra 15 minutes to try to practice this deer pushing or obix or ibex pushing game. Okay. No! Just when we thought we had it. Perhaps we could... No. Okay, let's create one scout. He's even low HP. No, one spearman, of course. 1 HP, a low HP villager building the archery range. Now our opponent probably is doing fast castle attempt. At least I will be surprised if they don't. Now looking for a hill, because they know what they're doing. And now we should keep a really good care of our scout. Ooh, well, yeah. Okay, let's have a look. Few archers, always a good idea. We could have also sent a few units to... Why are you going there? To the berry bushes to get some free food for ourselves. Basically free food. Okay, so they have archer range, very good. Have they produced anything? They have villagers, spearmen, 2 of those. Okay. No walls. So that's good. And houses. perhaps we could try to just get to the castle edge ourselves. Oh, but we are lacking a building. No. Okay. So not enough. Oh no. Well, we got so close. Do we have any other woodcutters anywhere? No. Okay. Let's send this one there then. Oh, here are the walls. Okay, so they were just about to add those. And now since we have seen no sign of anything else, I think we could try to hit that gold mine that they have behind their base. The stone in the front. Blacksmiths perhaps to easy to allow them to advance to the next age. Why not? Few extra archers. Right. Wood. Right. But luckily that's just one unit. A few spearmen might be exactly what is needed. House here. Give us some extra time. And let's go there. Once that's finished, you can all move to cut the wood. What's going on here then? Market, that's very good. I don't know if they witnessed us already, but soon they shall. Alright, instant reaction. They are not fooling around. This opponent of ours. Now they might be checking our upgrades and see that we have invested quite heavily on these archers. And here's the tower, that's very good, and that's when we leave. And simultaneously we get hit by their... Okay, well then that was not very good path, but the way we are going to fight our way back to this game is by building a market and then buying enough wood to be able to build a... Right, there we are. Oopsie. To get the town center. Oopsie, but now we are actually waste... Oh no! Run to the rescue! If possible. All these farmers are making our life that much more difficult. Okay, well, we may have lost a few units here and there, but luckily they also had their share of hardship. But that was not too well played, I reckon. Let's see if we have enough time to make the town center appear before we are punished by its... by the way we tried to make it work. Oh well, losing a few villages here and there is not too bad, but actually of course we have given away like 5 or so villages that we didn't actually need to lose. So we are in a rather bad position, I would say, at this stage. Like, we had this game in such a nice position for us. But okay, well, luckily we got a few hits there. But then, just like that, we lost a few units that we could have tried to keep alive. Could have tried to get alive. Goodbye. And back we go. And in we go. Let's see if they follow us. No, they don't. Okay. Now just a few where do we want to position this then? Let's make it here. For no obvious reason. But just a few elephants should be enough to secure us this. Now they're moving there. Okay. And back we go. So we should be booming, but that is something that we are not doing very well right now. Let's see if we can move there. Oops. Losing yet again a few units that we didn't have to lose. And now that we have secured this base for ourselves, we might want to, and we haven't actually secured all of it, as you can tell. Now they're coming from there. Okay. Oh, they at least they are very active with their archers, so that's good. And now what would we like to do? Please come on in. But they don't. Too bad. Oops. And in you go. Ooh, but we could try to kill those and then carry on with the farms. Da 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 dun, dun. So we have had a chance to play with our eco. No, hello, hello, how do you do? Hello. Let's see if we have a chance to stay alive for long enough a time to make that count. We are lacking stone, for example. So where do we think we could find some stone? Yeah, the horsey, no horsey, but elephant is still alive and killing stuff. Well, that's really nice. So we got a few kills to compensate for our economical losses. Okay, back you go. And perhaps we could try to create a few more. And then let's see what have we here and there. Dun dun. Now we don't care about that. This may be a bad or wrong approach in a sense, but I think we don't have to focus too much on securing our base at this stage. I may be wrong, because we have this gold mine there that they could very easily harass, but still. Oopsie. Slight misclicks here and there, and yet again they lost an archer. But now the question is, do they boom better than us? Perhaps we could leave this guy here. No. Like this, and then the elephant could try to walk here. And in you go. I don't know why you were that deep. Oh, it could be my waypoint. Actually, I probably know why they were there. But well, so let's go here instead. There's a castle. Do we care about that? We should, but do we? We don't. And just like that, we are about to lose an elephant to villagers. But we know how to get more of those. So let's move to that side instead. And now we could also try to create some siege. They are coming back to the to hunt for more, but they're still missing ballistics. I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but okay. So let's continue over there, and soon we can add. Ooh, well, that's very good. An additional town center, why not? And just like that. And perhaps we could keep the elephants around. There's a castle. Let's try to destroy that if we have a chance to. We don't still have enough. Oof. Only 3 villagers. Okay, so what happened? Why did they resign? When they had a leading position. Perhaps because I didn't know what. Huh. So the elephants are enough to prevent this castle from going up. So was that the reason? That they are in a hurry, and the idea was to, at least that's something that I've seen pro players do occasionally, that okay, I have 15 minutes before before my tournament game or something, let's try to finish the game quick. But then again, this early bowling doesn't support that. But if their army was there supporting this castle, then I wouldn't have been able to prevent this from going up. I didn't utilize my resources to the fullest. That's a given. And I think Marrox played really well. But even if I was able to prevent this castle from going up, then like, so what? Perhaps if the monk catches the elephant and the villagers die to elephants, then this castle is eventually going to be dead, and the push is dead for a while, and then it's going to take so much more time. Perhaps it just was. Perhaps it boiled down to the fact that they were about to either lose the very cool armored elephant, or the game would have lasted for extra half an hour due to my play style. But let's see if there's something we can deduce from this, because I felt like behind on multiple fronts. But okay, well, economically we were in a. Were they actually in such a hurry? Because we may have few more villagers, but the army numbers, all that, was in their favor. So let's have a look and enjoy our coffee. And thanks, thank Marrox for the quick enough game that the coffee still is warm as coffee should be. And well, as I was bragging when we started the game, that after 50 games we may have improved on some fronts, even if we are still losing villagers and we are losing our army in single numbers and losing villagers to boars and villagers to some archer pressure and all that. At least our defending skills have improved a bit, so that we I might say accidentally had the did we actually have a this siege elephant, does it require the tech to convert that? Because we were lacking the technology. Because I didn't hear the conversion sound, so was it just that we showed that we had a monk, but we were not chanting? Because I thought that we needed to be on a touching distance, and that's why the monk kept on walking. But was this just a bluff play? Oops. So here I'm thinking that we are very clever to be able to... Let's see. Can monk convert siege elephant? Atonement for monks, okay. Redemption. Siege elephant. Does this open for us to enjoy? Here they don't touch about that. Well, we'll have to listen to really carefully. Okay, and this move here forced them to move here. Had I positioned just like 2 archers here, that would have been really nice, since I was able to scout this. It would have been like a nice touch. Of course I didn't expect that reaction, or that's one of the things we are trying to learn here. But their push with just 7 archers was a bit more deadly, killing 6 villagers, and now we are behind by 8. And also our worker efficiency is going down the drain, if it was ever good to begin with. Town centers were not very well positioned. Oh, I had stone right there. Well, that's why they checked that out occasionally. I just hadn't noticed that because I was busy. Or did I notice that? But because my scout was around, but perhaps I just didn't realize that, like was the case with the deer. Yes, so I knew there was stone, but I just didn't realize that. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, 10 villagers down, but only 7 villagers behind, or 5 villagers behind. So at least this boom approach was successful in a sense that while we lost huge amount of villagers, we were able to to keep on producing and replacing them as we went. Now Q4. I could have moved this town center. It could have been here. This would have been a nice place for a town center, just to get some access to gold, for example. Would have made sense. Especially since we are throwing villages there and losing villages. Okay, but then they added the second TC to get the stone. There's more stone. And here's a castle. This is one of the key points that I thought earlier that would be nice to target, but then when we tried to be, or when we could have, we didn't have the units. Like right now we have 5 military units. We are sending a single elephant to witness the glory of our opponent's village. And now we are finally few villages ahead after losing 12. And I think we were able to kill like 1 or 2 or 4, yes, with the surprise elephant raid. But just think if we had 2 elephants. And instead of positioning the scout here, we could have also tried to scout the front of our base to see that there's siege workshop, there's stone miners. But okay, so this is the last moment of the game. We just happen to have a monk around. We just got this siege workshop and a mangonel, and we gave away the fact that we have a mangonel by shooting it from afar. And when we tried to reach the villagers, we lost the thing. Oh, but yes. So okay, so you actually can convert siege elephants without redemption. Yes, but it's it has to have happen at close distance. Okay, so they were right to be afraid of the possibility of losing the elephant, and also at least, if not losing the castle, at least that being slightly delayed. And perhaps this looked more impressive than it actually was. But they were 2,000 years. But here I'm just like, my game sense is off, perhaps, in a sense that if they were not in a hurry, that they weren't in a hurry to attend some real life event or something, hit the bed, then I don't know why they wouldn't have gathered their troops before starting this castle drop push attempt. But then again, I only showed a few elephants, and they had no reason to expect that I would have siege or monks. So perhaps that was just my misplay of not building an army gave them this false sense of security that just dropping a castle and taking it from there. The positioning is odd. The castle here would destroy these houses eventually and all that, but if we don't mind about that fact, perhaps they felt like they were somewhat on a timer, and there would be very little resistance if they tried to manage or tried to play the game in such a fashion. And we just luckily happened to have few elephants and a mangonel and a monk, a couple of powerful chess pieces around to do just enough to perhaps prevent this castle from happening, and then booming behind that, now leading by 3 villagers. Resources collected 700 more in our favor. Perhaps after the game, if they were not in a hurry, Marrox might think that okay, well, that was just a bit early resign, since they had two townsenders working for their advantage. But well, okay, let's carry on for a while, just in case we don't have time for this activity tomorrow due to real life music concerts and other things worth attending. So all you people of future will have a chance to watch this recording later on, come Thursday evening, for example. Let's see. Yeah, well, this was a good experience yet again, in that fashion that having even a small army but powerful units can still turn the tide. So I'm thinking from the Marrox's perspective, as we have often encouraged to do by Zura AOE. Please give him a follow if you haven't already done that. Take a look and unfollow if it looks terrible to your liking. When you see that your opponent has prepared multiple townsenders, hasn't really spent too much resources on army, and still manages to build just enough, couple of elephants, a monk, a mangonel to slow down your castle push, then perhaps that gives you a signal that this game has very little going for us. So perhaps that sort of defensive thinking we could try to take with us for the future encounters. Okay, so now what we have learned after our previous games on Arena is that this is a map we have never won on after playing handful, a dozen or so of games, and that's partially because of our playstyle, which is not always very standardish, but also because we are lacking the, like, even if we are in the game, come Castle Age for example, we are doing the wrong decisions, not collecting stone to get a castle, not building army, not booming properly, those sorts of things. And one of the things that might help us to get further is niceness, to be nice to people. So good luck, mate, says jcboevey, and we are glad that they did say that. And one more time, thank you. So what I was about to say was that having some early game hunches how to play this would probably help us. No. Just when we try to scout with our sheep, terrible things happen. And we already have 9 on. Which is the back corner? This, okay. Oopsie. And we have very some. No! Right, so that's where our game starts to fall down. During the first minutes we were supposed to scout with the sheep a bit, take a look at our base, find the resources and then do all the pushing, and then after doing that the thinking went on. We could have tried to actually want meal instead of that, but well, where are our berries? There. So all of a sudden everything falls apart. Let's now utilize the sheep a bit at least, since we have a chance to do that. And you here might do this sort of round trip. We don't actually need gold, but do we get enough food for the mill? Eventually, yes. Run! Luckily we have this looming for us. Oh no, oh no, okay. Now, aren't we in luck? We're just going to have to do that again. Alright, so everything's going according to a plan. No worries there. But I have seen better arena openings, so that's something. What happened when we played arena, this practice game with Zura just a while ago, earlier today, was that he very kindly gave me a few tidbits of build order that might be usable if I ever want to do any archer clever plays or things like that. And then I tried to remember or tried to memorize the amount of villagers that we might want to send to collect different resources and all that. And perhaps if we hadn't lost our mind trying to make all those things happen, we could have managed to send a few more villagers doing the things we would have liked them to do. Yeah. Alright. And that's how we roll. Let's kill you, kill that. Yes. And up we go. Just like that. Yes. Okay, so arena is difficult for us for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's quite standard, the opening. So if one knows how to play arena, then the player who doesn't know how to do any quick build order, Armenians against Turks. Okay, so can we presume that the Turks are going to do this Turks quick imp castle push? Yes. So we can try to throw them off. And not necessarily castle push. They could build a castle in their base. That would be not good, but well, we wouldn't. Let's see if we manage to catch their scout doing anything. One spearman, since we are in any case going to be a bit late with our uptime. This barracks was not needed, of course. We need it for future use. More woodcutters. We should have had 5. Let's see if we can kill that. Goodbye. And now they know that we have a plan. Okay. And then what we need is blacksmith, why not? And soon some farms to just to get enough food to get to the next age eventually. Oh no. Yes. Okay. So what happens now is that we will walk between those. Oh no. Not enough food. Not enough food. Lacking everything. How is this possible? This is very well planned build then. We will send few villagers to help. We will send one. One is a plenty. And do we want to upgrade our spearmen? Not now. So we are going to be a bit late on Castle Age. That's by design. And once we get there, we will try to make it count. This is not the right way to position farms, but that's still, it's a way. Okay, so are they collecting some resources? See if we can make it happen like that. There's a house there, okay. That's not too bad. What we would like to have is an archery range. We need more farms. We could have built market just to get this second building. That would have helped our uptime, but well, it's gonna happen later then. Oh, we are still missing the building, right? All right, so all hands on on axe. Oh no. Well, I'm still very happy that we have this barracks that help secure us this spearman. That, yes, well, you get the drill. And now we are a bit late. Faster! Do we have any straggles? No. One more time. No. Now. Soon. No, 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 no. That's just a boom, boom, boom. Well, it's just some. Okay. No. Just when we had everything going for our way. Okay. Let's do it like this then. Ah, yes. This is how the game is played. Just if you didn't know, now you do. Patiently. And now it's. We have like so many things going our way, but I forgot that the archery range is also going to take a while to be built. Okay, so our opponent probably aims for fast imp, being Turks and all. Our aim is to get our eco under control, that we aren't having right now. And let's see. We are also showing the side we are trying to attack them from. But little do they know. Okay, more woodcutters are needed. Axe is needed, yes. Upgrades of all sorts needed. Yes. Another house needed. But we actually need more wood. Few spearmen just in case. Archers as soon as we can produce them. No. Some vital upgrades, of course. Market would be very beneficial. But so the fact is that we are a bit late to the party, but perhaps we can still pull it off. They are probably playing 1 TC, collecting stone for a castle, building it in their base. Perhaps we shall see soon. Let's hope they choose ours instead, but remains to be seen. More archers. We would like to get this siege workshop eventually, but we will need more people. collecting wood. So this is a bit off here and there. All these gold miners could be here cutting the wood, for example, because we don't have a market, so we can't utilize the gold too much. But well, eventually then we can upgrade that on our way. But I wonder, oh, it must be because of the scouting that we have this. Yes, and they are imp, and now they suddenly got the score lead again. And do we ever get enough wood for that? I wouldn't want to buy a or build a market now that we are this far. Let's skip a few, build a few extra pikemen. We are late to the party. Okay, farmers, give in, thank you. And let's see. So we expect them to play this gunpowder push. And this is probably a good time to start thinking about getting some stone so that we can try to fend that off, perhaps. Also having some monks and whatnots would be nice. But our essential primary play, of course, is trying to do the siege tower. No, what's that? No, this. Good. Approach. And there we have it. In you go. And then perhaps what's the Armenians get this free relic for free, okay. As the name says. We have 8 units inside, okay. So we could try to send a few more to harm's way. And a catapult. And what's going on here? Yes. Hand cannoneers. And in we go. Oops. Just like that. Okay, more armors, of course. And let's see if we are able to... Oh, we are lacking ballistics. And now the question is, do we have enough to cause some havoc? And now quickly. Yes. We still have the tower, so very good. And then we could try to see if we can make something happen with that. And what would be the suitable follow-up? More archer ranges, of course. Okay. And few villagers to collect stone. Very good idea. And let's see what they have to throw at us this time. In we go. Ballistics, thank you very much. So I expect them to build a castle, but will it be... Ooh, and there they are again. Okay, and let's destroy that if possible. Run away, run away. at least we are able to cause some idle time to their ecos, but that might still not be enough of a response to win us the game. Or I would be surprised if it was. But I'm glad that we got a chance to idle their eco for just a few seconds even. Run away, run away. Okay, and in we go. And do we have anything that could easily try to destroy those units? Perhaps eventually we will. So a few houses, please. And then town center here. What's going on here? Okay, we may have lost some of the units, right? But we got warrior priest, so let's make a few of those, and a monk, and also a chance to convert their units would be nice, and few scouts just to top it off. And then let's see, what do they have to throw at us? Okay, so a few units of that type, right? We still have the tower working for us. Okay, good. Now this is going to take a huge amount of focus, but we have enough stone for a castle. So could we try to build one, for example, right here? I think we need to build it there. Like here, for example. Just to give us some chance. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Nice micro. Na 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 na. Composite bowman. Let's try that. I don't think they are too good against what our opponent has, but never hurts to try. Since we have some blast radius, yes, why not? But since we have some research techs to help against exactly that type of unit. And here's the invasion, but luckily we still have our unit here. Could we try to create something else, perhaps? Castle here, alright. More farms would be nice. So we still presume that they are doing this sort of not fake pressure, of course, but weak one still. Of course, that's still going to be enough if we don't have an army to defend against it. Let's see if we can. How do these fare against those? And in we go. Oops. Well, so some casualties can never be avoided, of course. And it might be that our hold is not enough this time. And if we are able to get rid of just few of the cannons, they don't work too well. Okay, well, it was a nice try. And what next? We could try to create a few stables. And perhaps Imperial Age would be nice. It might be that we don't have time to actually benefit from that too much, but at least they are respecting our existence for a while now. So why not? Let's do a few of those. And in we go. Nice castle. Dun, dun, dun. And the thing we are trying to do here is to attack their oh no, this townsenders won't last for long. Too bad. Okay, retreat. And they already have Hussar, which they get for free, of course. So it might be that our cavalry is going to be a bit underwhelming against theirs. But let's see. Go to work. It's very important. And then we can try to create a few extra units. Oopsie. Well, we were supposed to save those for some time, but okay. And in we go. And just like that. Let's see if they have a castle securing everything. So this is not how you oh no, we didn't get to witness the final attempt to kill those cannons. So we are going to lose a few units of our own. No! Okay, GG, well played. So Turks fast imp is very difficult thing to overcome if we are all over the map and don't actually play too well, is my statement here. But let's see. We were perhaps a bit behind on some fronts. Lost 100 units. Yes, largest army 13. Not too good. Villager high. Well, their boom was still better, even though we tried to delay the inevitable. Let's have a quick look at their approach. If this works, and it does. Just like this. Yes. But now we lost our... Well, luckily there's very little happening during the early... Oh, Bini! Good effort! Thank you for that. I'm like... My hope is that our camera has again turned off for probably very good reasons. Okay. My hope is that given some time and practicing, now you got to witness, if you happen to watch really carefully, that our build order was a bit messy. People were doing stuff that was unnecessary. There was some idle time here and there, and the fact that we got 1000 or so gold without any attempt to use that, like we could have tried to do this more clowny approach I've heard of creating a plenty of monks, because if I happen to have 10 monks on the field, then against 5 hand cannoneers and few cannons, we might still have a chance. So that's something that we could have done once we had made the mistake of producing that many units that we didn't really need. No, not units. To collect resources that we didn't really need at the time. So like realizing those sorts of things is something that we are trying to get better at. Eventually, slowly. So that in due time, let's see if we have this thing going now. Yes, magical technology we have. Just like Turks had magical gunpowder technology at their disposal. If we do fall into the same mistake of collecting gold with too many villages too early, and or are lacking on other fronts, like we were, we had too few people collecting wood for so long, that if we don't realize to move these villagers to collect wood, that would have been a very easy thing to do, since we had these mule carts. We could just click that, go to the forest, and they would have done that. No additional investment would have been required. Then once we realize, not doing the fixes early on, that we are floating 1000 gold in Castle Age and we don't have enough food for a market, then perhaps it might be a sensible thing to do to create a huge amount of monks with some key technologies, so that when the push appears, we could try to stop that, or at least delay that, by converting a few cannons, for example. Would have. Now I think that siege tower play, even though it was late, we still managed to surprise our opponent. I don't know. Let's see if that actually is the case. But they moved their army back and all that, so we delayed their approach by doing that, but we weren't able to actually get any lasting advantage for all the idle time and all the resources spent and the investment that we threw for that type of play didn't really give a really good return. But I'm still thinking there might be hope for that. It just takes more tries, more practicing, and also more more solid understanding and a vision regarding what to do. Like these meme-ish players such as Bini usually have a plan, at least, well, usually I've seen a handful of your games that, okay, let's try this 15 villager up, something crazy happens, town centers get destroyed and opponents are annoyed and everything's so fun. Strats, for example. So the beginning of the game is well set. If it's not written in stone, at least so there's still room for improvisation, that okay, if the opponent has this sort of sit, or they suddenly manage to counterplay some of the moves, then this is what we are going to do next. But this trying to get to archer range, siege workshop and siege tower, drop few archers to my eco, to my opponent's eco, cause idle time, it still needs a follow-up, and having 1000 or so gold in a bank is not a very good follow-up. And lacking wood to create the aforementioned buildings and units, and also the town centers that would allow me to boom. But then again, since the problem was the early gunpowder units when facing Turks, I should probably just think along the lines that how to split their attention, which happened occasionally, so that the defending hand cannoneers, for example, wouldn't always be around to kill any approaching cannon killers or converters, and on the other hand making the travel distances as far as possible or as long as possible, so that they would have to spend some time here and then defending back here, and like spreading the town centers. Like the thinking process now is that instead of building my eco here, I could have built additional town center, for example here, and another one here. Like, why not? Some idle time for my villagers, for sure, but the safety of the walls means very little when you can breach those with 2 volleys of Imperial Age cannons. So I'm only making it easier for my opponent if I'm backing everything to the back corner of my base, when I'm actually not, like, I'm not, the only reason I'm here is because I created all my villages here. But even just I had this forward, and if I had few more villages here to quicken the building processes and all that, I could have also had a town center here, and I could have lost a few units, but that also would have left my opponent more open to some surprise flank maneuvering, for example. Okay, so here's the drop, and right now we are at 11 to 10 on army numbers. My opponent has 1, so jcboevey has 2 town centers at the moment. I'm still playing with 1 due to some lapses on the beginning. Idle TC time 2 minutes, worker efficiency 70%, so they didn't have a perfect play so far. This gold mine was abandoned early, and now if I had enough stone instead of having this gold to drop a castle here, that would be nice, but of course it would be destroyed quite soon. But the play would be to try to keep these alive for as long as possible. They still only have, well, we are going through this very slowly. They still have less idle TC time than we have, and we are playing with 1 TC. Worker efficiency 50%, so they actually idled some 12 or so, perhaps 10 dozen of villagers for the half a minute or so that the, this push lasted. So what if I also had villagers and was able to build a castle, because I think that their play was a bit slow too. Perhaps it was because they added this second TC, but if I was able to reach them when they only had a handful of hand cannoneers and was able to send it like this first force to cause some idle time, and then right after that pop some villagers over the wall and try to build a castle, because they didn't build a castle. Turks don't need a castle, right? Then that could have been a potential follow-up, and also having some units that could do well against these hand cannoneers would be nice. well, against anything. I should have shot the cannon when I had a chance. That would have made their aggression that much harder, but I was looking elsewhere due to very good reasons. But if I just build a castle like against the walls, they will have the cannons, so the castle will be gone very soon. So if I would want to try that approach, then it would have to be right next to or close to each workshop, so that I could try to destroy that. Huge risk, of course. I could have tried to get some villagers in to build some production buildings. They wouldn't last for long once the cannons were on the field, but having just few, not necessarily archers, but cavalry units running inside the walls would make the game a bit more difficult. But here, just having a few forward buildings, I think that at this stage we still have a chance to, even though we are an age behind, if we were to focus, perhaps build the market to adjust our eco, stop this gold gathering madness, build more farms, and try to quickly boom, create 20 knights, for example. We could have had an army to counter this, and then we still had all these premises available for us, so that we could have tried to do the trick again. So I think this was a good, good practice partner against jcboevey. We could have managed to pull this off, but now we are lacking map presence, and of course hand cannoneers are quite potent units, as you can tell. I should have enough scary and fast moving units, presumably, to be able to challenge this army here. But that's what I'm given time to do now. Drop a few stables, for example, to try to get map presence and prepare to build this devastating castle somewhere. Now this defensive castle with the unique unit that we got was not very useful. But a forward castle wouldn't have lasted for long. So stone in this sense was a waste of resources collected. But now we could have had 18 monks. Not enough to convert all of these. We would have lost that encounter. But if we had few monks and then horses to destroy the cannons, then the hand cannoneers wouldn't do much. They could shoot all day. Oh, okay. Well, at least we got a chance to refine our play style, and now it wouldn't, like, if we build these theses, for example, here, it might be that they would be very quickly shut down, but then we would always have more room to retreat to with the villagers. Now the walls or the gate stood for a few seconds, and this is the play that Turks should do. Hit where it hurts, and don't care about this. This castle building was, well, perhaps a questionable choice. I would have done better with anything else. But not too shabby. In any case, we have, one might say, much to learn. And the curse of arena continues. Waiting for the weak opponent to appear. Then again, it might also be that this is where people, this is the type of map where people feel secure enough to hone their build orders. So that's also like when things are quite static, you have deer right next to your TC and all that. It takes an amateur like me to get lost as easily as we did, and perhaps that's one of the factors why these games are so tough. Like if he faced jcboevey or someone else on some more open map, then perhaps we could confuse their orders or their plans a little bit more easily than we were able to do now. Just thinking aloud, but we'll see. But sign of a good game again is that after you have finished that, you are hungry for more. So let's do that, and then it's time to eat in order to stay alive. For me, of course, you are free to do as you please. I don't mind if you eat as I stream. I wouldn't necessarily even know if that happened. What a way to spend your time. At least, well, what a way to spend my time. But glad to be here with other people who are spending times of their own. And Black Forest. Probably the thing we are trying to do is make it quick and see what happens. Another thing that would benefit us long run would be to try to verify the bonuses that our SIF get. Because for example, Armenians get infantry age earlier, at least our spearman line they do get. Now I'm forgetting things that I never learned to begin with. But what we could tell from the encounter we had with those composite bowmen and cannons is that the damage they do is not sufficient for our purposes in that type of encounter. Persians, or Persians as they say, whom we have very little use for these sheep. Let's see if our opponent is one fond of laming this time. We can leave the sheep as a bait. Very narrow corridor, luckily very close to the TC. No. Oh, you dear. Let's try again until it's time to call it quits. Over chopping doesn't seem a very plausible idea this time, if it ever was. Oh well, one of the games we have played had a really nice 1 or 2 tiles of wood line that we were able to utilize for our benefit, but perhaps that's not something that's always going to be available. So it seems, but we get nice pond, so we have a chance to utilize this fishing ship thing. We even have another pond further apart. Up, right. That's how it's done. And some idle TC time, alright. So what could be the play? A sneak? Yes. But is it already too late? Let's give it a try. That's probably the #1 thing people defend against. But let's verify how things are. Oh, the boar is running. We lost a few sheep as well, okay. Well, even more of a reason for us to try to sneak into their backyard then. Now that they are nasty people like that. And then it's going to take a while to get. Do we want to build a house there? Perhaps it doesn't hurt. We could make it there. Just in case they are trying to utilize those boars later on. I don't see them doing a wall here. That would be a really long or really polite wall in my opinion, so why would they? But let's have a look. Okay, well that helps our game a bit. And that's what you get when you steal sheep and boars and all those friendly. There's a house, okay. So the wall is happening. Can we attack the person? Thank you. And no loom, so this is a free pick. Okay, so we are off to a good start. Now it's too late to wish good luck and have fun. But we will try to remember next time. Or it's never too late, but it wouldn't feel right. That's what I'm saying. Guess you might understand. Few fishing ships. Dun, 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 dun. And that's how we roll. We are probably forgetting something now. Did they finish that already? More houses, why not? Dum 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 dum. Okay, so there's gate. They have a loom. And all of a sudden we are about to lose. Okay, now they might be thinking that we have perhaps sneaked someone when we had a chance. So we should be quick. But there's not much to try to be quick about. Let's just hope that they are not scouting the corner right away and walling us in. Oh no, okay. Yes. Just like that. Oh, we also... I forgot about that sheep, sorry. Few farms, alright. And we still are Persians. So, right, faster working TCs. We had a conversation regarding that with our very good friend Zura, who got to play Persians on gold on arena against me. So I should remember that they have the power. Alright, so we need very soon more wood but perhaps we can still add an additional fishing ship as well. So many things we want to try to achieve here. And that's how it's going to continue. Then an axe, yes. And as soon as we can afford that, we still have this left. Yes, we do. We will also want to get this blacksmith. That's their villager. We can try to keep an eye on that. A barracks. Alright. But that doesn't help you too much against this very clever archery range that we have bubbling in the mine behind our mines. Makes sense, perhaps. We don't need too many of these. Perhaps one spearman as well. Slavs. I don't know if they're trying to kill us or what. Perhaps. Fletching we need. And then just a few farms if possible. House or two, just to spend some time. And then off we might want to go. Try to keep the TC running. Okay. And now it's discovered. Goodbye. And now, full speed ahead. Dun, 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 dun. An additional archery range just in case. That's the spearman that they have. Ooh, panic walls, too late. Extra upgrades. Let's go to the wood line. Ooh, misplay. By me perhaps, but also from them. They are going to lose quite a few villagers now. I don't know if it's already a game, but at least it's not far from that. I would like to say. Stable just in case, a few spearmen, and that's it. Alright, so we managed to do that because they lost their scout and were a bit slow to add the or complete the walls. But once they did it right. But like I got the feeling that they weren't very well prepared for this sort of play. Behind in villages already. Of course I had this faster working town center, so that gives me some edge. But let's have a quick look through the game. But so far, like my analysis while playing random people around 1k ish elo is that Black Forest players are taking it more slowly and in a more relaxed manner. arena players are, if not tryhards, but at least they know what they're doing. And this is based on the outcome, because I have been able to end the Black Forest games in the beginning of the, perhaps this is a bit try-hard move, but still, like in the early phases of the game. It's not too often that I get to finish a game in feudal age, even playing Arabia or some Socotra games go to Imperial. Oh, they lost a villager there. Okay. And then reacted. And I was just moving out to witness that. Okay, well that must have been a painful thing. And I can give them the pleasure of stealing a boar if they lost a villager to that. But like, that's the sort of play that did more harm to them. Now that's the reason the wall was a bit delayed. And when the scout returned, they were busy doing other things and weren't able to save that. And that also the HP was lost because of the boar that killed the villager. And that's why we were able to get that more easily. But they were eager to utilize this boar, so in this sense the forward would have worked better, for example here. Not that it made too much a difference, presumably. But alright, so idle TC time, they are doing better work with their town center, so no surprises there. Worker efficiency is a bit underwhelming at the current stage, but of course the idle time caused by walking back and forth makes a difference. Did they find out about the barracks even? Oh, okay, well that was quite close. Okay, that's the reason they were walking. I never realized that they were hunting behind my forward. And that was just a tile away from being noticed. Okay, well that might have been a little tilting thing. That you were so close to discovering this forward. I don't know what their reaction would have been, but at least I would have lost my villager. And that would have been that. Then there would have been a barracks with very little usability. And I didn't even notice that the boars were disappearing. When I did notice that later on, I thought it was because they were luring them. But I didn't realize that they had, like, even now just sending 2 archers here would have been, if not game, at least a very good attack. If I had paid any attention. And this is where I noticed that, oh, and that's also where they noticed that, oh, right. So perhaps like even when playing on revealed map, I wasn't able to scout enough to realize what was happening right next to my forward. Oh, well, it's good that we watched this recording. The reaction otherwise is quite good. Of course, this wall is a bit odd, but it's just too little too late. Perhaps just a really short wall here and another, but then they wouldn't have all they had this really back gold, but perhaps a wall here, another here, and just some house or 2 here if needed would have given them enough. Oh, they had their own gold there to withstand the attack, but they had lost now 3 villagers, 1 to the boar, and were behind in score, so perhaps that was like enough of a reason to think that this might not be a long-term working solution, even if they get the walls up. And now the boars are finished and the villagers are behind the lines, and they lost a few extra villagers there, so I can understand why the game was there. But what I didn't realize was that they got 1000 or so food from that. Very neat position right next to my forward. Well. Okay, but good game. I don't know why they built barracks, blacksmiths, but those are the sort of things that give me this signal that perhaps loyalty isn't as advanced a player, if we might say so. So they had some sort of idea how to proceed with the game, and then we were able to make that much more difficult for them. Right, army high 8, kill rate ratio, very familiar numbers, but usually they are other way around for us. So gotta enjoy now that we have 8 to 1, no, 10 to 4 kill rate ratio. But this is the sort of Black Forest game that I enjoy. Now I'm just waiting for that to that someone does the same to me, and I lose the game on Dark Age due to poor scouting or something. And now the thing we are trying to achieve is to find a way to quicken the arena games. We are very quick to lose those at minute 5 by misplaying with our eco and so forth, but how to make our opponent lose as well, even occasionally, that's the question. Alright, but that would be all from my side for the day. Let's see if we have time to do quick stream tomorrow perhaps, or not, but the journey will continue. Let's take a quick look at our superior achievements. So the stream indeed has started. We've done well on that front, and we have played a few games on ladder and also a practice game with a friend. Like, when was the last time we did anything of that sort? Must have been a week or so ago. One of the first streams when we played with Hopsi Papeli and Pilli Himmeli against AI. One game, perhaps. And now we got to practice our arena just earlier today with Zura. Focusing on not wasting units, well, yeah, you could say that, wouldn't be very truthfully, but it's still a more correct than false claim to make. Spending resources, not that we always do a very good job at that. As you can tell, this reallocating villagers if loading any resources is not something that we did on the arena game. So we thought that eventually things will balance out, but we never got to play the game long enough to that eventually to actualize. So mental notes for future days. Analyzing the games as we go, we indeed did. Rejoicing, we have done quite much, and friends along the way we have managed to make. And now I repeat this now that this is still fresh in my memory. If you have been thinking about starting your streaming career, playing this game or whatever, practicing any skill, be it guitar playing or something, I strongly encourage you to do so. At least the feedback that I've gotten has been overwhelmingly positive, and you know, very this has turned out to be a really nice hobby, even after a few weeks or 12 days of playing. So please give it a go, and if you need some help with that, ask. I'll help with the little knowledge that I have, and also there are plenty of streamers following even this stream occasionally at least, who are more than happy to help based on the fact that they have helped me. Now, other takes we have made knights beat eagles, and also elite battle elephants are able to, and elephants in general are able to beat even spearman line. We should try to remember that, to use the valuable and good quality units, even if our opponent is throwing some counter units at our way. And the same applies, or the same line is tells the similar story regarding the fact about paladin or knight line against scout line. Army numbers instead of booming, yes, something that we still fail all too often, but well, we are still young, so no worries there. And when we boom, make it count. One time today we managed to almost reach 130 villages. That was with the practice game against Zura on arena. So getting there, but might take some more time still. Game sense could use some practicing indeed. Chat messages are sometimes lost, and if there's a message that I haven't read out loud, please do let me know by chatting again and again until I catch that. I do try to read those. Binny, going to bed. Night. Now the curious thing is that I thought that you wished night and GG today some hours ago, but well, I'm glad to have had you around and see you. Enjoy your sleep, and rest assured all of us are going to hit the bed soon, so show us the way, and see ya again. And thanks for the effort of writing good night wishes. Binny Bong Baron being one of the helpful and nice. Oh yes, can I do this now? Let's to all few of us following us right now, rest assured that Binny Bong Baron is worth your time if you ever have a chance to catch him online. I don't know if he streams while he sleeps, but if he does, that's probably going to be a good content. Even better content that we have here, because he's this meme type of a player, so perhaps the way he sleeps is also very entertaining. We may never get to know, but just throwing the idea out there. But good to have people like him around, living with us on this earth, all I'm saying. Right, and to sum up the stream, microphone dies every so often, but it hasn't died today. We have had other stream related issues, but the way I see it, the mic itself hasn't produced any corrupted sounds during our stay. So that's good. But if something goes wrong, please do let me know, as always. But right, I do not have any nice poem to close this stream with, but take care, enjoy your lives, and see you around, and follow your dreams, and if you need any more life advice, I'm sure to figure out something in the coming days and weeks and years. So good to have you around, and bye bye.